Okay, I think we're on. I think we are on. Put out notification. Okay. Alright, well, first thing I gotta do is just clean up some bullshit. Yo, Ham. Let's go. It's probably gonna be a quiet stream because I think this is always the time I get the least amount of people, unless maybe it's the weekend. Alright, we gotta clean up all these. We gotta clean up all these friggin' singular read lines. What we're gonna do is we're just gonna take the spell list and we're just gonna put a number for the number of spells and it'll just know how many spells to read. I just have to remember to make sure I update the number every time. So at present we just have 8 spells in right now. I'm about to add a bunch more though. Also, some of these spells have effects that aren't finished coding yet, so I'll just put 8. Also, they don't have English descriptions yet. Oh, some of these don't have fucking... I forgot that it needs a menu description and a... some of these don't have use descriptions. I have to write some use descriptions. Fuck! This one doesn't need it, but I guess... Fuck. I guess we can just write some real quick. Yo, Cam. I guess some people are up at this time. I guess like it's not that late in some places, so. Well, since I forgot to write some one half of some of the spell descriptions, you get to see my my epic Japanese writing process where I make sure I pop in like every phrase I use into a quote search just to make sure I'm not doing something stupid. All right, we're good. These always will get These will always get dropped on high native anyway. The reason I'm not writing Noroi in full is just because like Jew like that is one of the actual like attack types. So this raises evasiveness. What does Pokemon call evasion again in Japanese? It's... I actually genuinely don't remember. Oh, if I just type in double team, it should tell me. Kage Bunshin, that's right. Okay, here it is. Oh, Kaiheed eats, that's right. I think it's fine to just take that exact term. I don't think the Pokemon company's gonna troll me for that. I'm trying to think how much I should explain the spell, because the way the spell works is like your evasiveness goes up, but then it keeps going. It goes down each time someone attempts to hit you. So I wonder how much I should explain that. Or if I should just say, because these aren't supposed to be like detailed descriptions of what it does. They're supposed to just be basic descriptions of what it does. I honestly don't. I don't think I need to explain more than that. I want to keep them kind of minimalistic. Because I don't want to create like a mess on the screen. And then finally, I actually forgot what this movie is even supposed to do. Cam, I actually got up just like a few hours ago. This is actually morning for me still. I guess it wasn't a few hours ago. It was like 5 hours ago. Yeah, Fumo, you got work in the morning. That's all right. I figured this time is gonna be I figured there will be less people during this time, but we'll keep going. You know, at some point we'll match up schedule wise. I don't rotate real night owl stream. I don't rotate that fast these days, which I guess has its pros and cons. So what is this move supposed to do? I was humoring a lot of like half. That's right. Yeah, I was humoring a lot of half type attacks. But I don't think I always want to state in the description that it's a half type, because like some moves are supposed to be like half physical to involve the defense more and stuff. I don't know. I have ideas. We'll see. Because there's a status effect that the Shinigami is basically a status effect. Like you have the fucking. But there should be a certain way to word it. Like. I, because it's not like it Yobi Das's the Shinigami, right? It just like hurries his it pushes thing towards his arrival. Maybe like. Yes, exactly, Chris. Exactly. I honestly love when things underexplain in games, just in general. I seriously hate when they explain everything because it kills the fun and whatever and all that shit. I'm gonna have a gimmick in the game anyway where characters will straight up discuss the gameplay elements anyway, so it should be fun. Maybe I'm trying to find the right word. Maybe Yobikake. But that sounds kind of weird. I don't know. Let's see. Let's just let's pull up a thesaurus. You know what? At times like this, I can. This is where GPT is useful. I can just ask GPT to shit out like a bunch of different wordings and see which one I like. I use it a lot when coming up with spell descriptions. E equals MC squared. This is where we're E equals MC squared. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Maneku. I feel like that's a good one. I feel like maneku is a good verb. Yeah, yeah. Let's do that. I feel like that works. Me when the game explains. Me with no clue what I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. That is how I feel completely. Dempa is like a status effect. It's supposed to be like madness type thing. I think is what I call it in English. Madness. No, madness is its own thing. Oh, no. Madness. Yeah, Kyoki is what I call the status effect. Dempa is just the name of the attack. Yeah. Let's say. I think that should be fine. I think that should be fine. Yeah, this should be fun. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about the English for now. Let's just put, um, alright, yeah, let's just put the text missing for a bunch of it. So I started playing Garo Kas Ryukishi's VN, only on the Nintendo Switch and the Vita. It's been really underrated because of a few reasons. But yeah, it's been hyper kino so far. It's short, so I'm already a fourth. Just from playing a tiny bit, I'm already a fourth through it. But it's basically just him writing these 12 different short stories that you can read in any order. But they all synergize like so well, and it's so fucking good. It's got a lot of self-parody elements in it. Like he references like a bunch of Ryukishi-isms and stuff in it, but in this really like funny way. But like thematically and structurally and all this stuff, it's totally different than his other stuff. And that's why like it really pissed me off when people were trying to say like, oh, he's rehashing. It's just like low IQ shit. He's just unironically just too smart for some people. But yeah, it's super, super good. I'll have to do a video on it at some point. Just talking about why it's so good and shit. Okay. Alright, so that should do it. Alright, now I gotta count. Oh, you checked out Camus. Yeah, if you ever feel like reading that, for sure, definitely check it out. It does have long H scenes for the first half. They are technically avoidable. I don't suggest avoiding them though. But yeah. Nice, yeah. Yeah, let me know. Yeah, if you do, let me know what you think. It's like I said, it's weird. Like, don't expect anything too conventional. But if you can get past that, it's extremely good. All right, so one. All right, before we worry about the other spells, let's just get this shit off. Let's get all this shit going. This will save a little bit of space in the file at least. Although it's quickly going to get sucked back up again. Yeah, and if you do read it, you can tell me your theory as far as the story. Because like I said, there's basically like, the game basically offers like 3 major categories of theories you can have. Oh, how did I just increase the text size? I didn't really want to do that. Oh, whatever. I guess it makes it easier to see on stream. Yeah, it offers like basically like 3 major ways of interpreting it, and I'm curious. I have one that I am kind of really definitely biased to, like kind of sold on. And I also think it's the most interesting one. but they're all really interesting, and that's what makes the game so interesting. It's not the one thing that makes the game interesting, but it's a really cool aspect of it. It's also like just very like emotional, ultimately, in my opinion, at least. Masan read it. He said, "Oh shit, don't do that. Don't do that." He said he found it extremely emotional, especially the last scene. Yeah, we're streaming it, making pudding at 5 in the morning. It's actually like it was a big part. It was another thing that was a big part on me making what I'm making now. I think anyone who reads it will see. Once I put out my crap, I think, and anyone who reads Camus will see. I think they'll see the aspects I like about it. So we just got to read in the number of spells from the. Oh, let's just put 0 for now, as long as the spell count. We gotta know how many spell counts. I hate this keyboard so much. Let's just. I hate this fucking keyboard. Alright, plus. Okay, so drop that guy in there. Oh, come on. Come on. I can't spam it either because then it will read it'll buffer a bunch of inputs. Oh, yeah, Fuzzy's like he's got like an online thing going or something. Okay. Oh, we gotta make like a spell names structure. I guess we'll just put it in here. Spell names and spell description. So I guess it's like 3. We need 3 different arrays. We need structure. Or no, not structure. We need the spell name, the spell description, and then the spell flavor text when you actually use it. Okay. Awesome. Okay.
Yo, do you have a thing of Yuri's outfit from the back?
Yeah, kind of. I think. Hold on, let me. It definitely exists. Oh, well, if you look at the... you can't see the whole thing, I think, but I think it's enough to know how it would actually work. Hold on. Here, I'll just post something. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because it's... actually, I mean, I think you can... Tell me what you think. Because you have the little thing I drew of Ray's back still.
Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to work the same way, except without the buttons on the top. Because I think the button... Yeah, because the buttons would create too much info.
The upper part I can figure out. It's like what is on her.
Oh,
Yeah.
her lower part?
Yeah.
I think that should just be this fuck. What did hold on. Okay, yeah. Here it is.
Or otherwise, I could come up with something myself if you want.
Okay. Basically, I think it should be... Okay, because there's no... You know how there's no belts that wrap over to the other side? I think it should be... okay, because you know... Actually, I'll just draw it in real quick. Might as well let people see what I'm doing. No. Oh, I forgot to get a pen towel. Okay, so basically, instead of this... Yeah, like that. Okay, so it's basically supposed to be like... Okay, so basically, yeah. Yeah, so like you know how she's got like the black belts on the front toward the bottom? Just make it the equivalent of that, but like, you know, in her colors. So it's just the two belts running across the bottom. Like parsing through seams. You're pushing through seams.
Right, okay.
So it's just like that. It's just like simple.
Right, okay.
And if you think it's like missing something or weird or whatever, just add something. Yeah.
Well, okay, I'll just try some stuff.
Because my thought that was like all the upper info basically makes it so that like you kind of want to keep that space like clean. I guess that was my thought. Because there's the there's like the upper info on the shoulder area. That like most of the back info should be kept kind of like minimal. That was my thought process.
Okay.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think that. Yeah, I mean, just don't know what happens.
One thing though that you already have down for sure though is that the back thing opens up in the back.
Just let me just see what you're talking about.
Because
Just because like the boot because the boot has kind of like a it creates a little bit of like modal contrast inherently.
Well, you do see there is
That's
some boot in the thing still.
That's good. Yeah, as long as there's some boot.
Yeah. I totally misinterpreted that.
Okay. So it'll go through this and okay. First thing I actually need to do is it shouldn't be reading this in here. This should go in its own variable. In fact, I might actually need to keep this variable on. Well, no, actually I don't, because I can just read it from the array after. Um. I said it's foreshadowing in that array of video post. Yeah, it's definitely foreshadowing. Yes. Yes, you'll see. You'll see the goal is to get the goal of the first chapter is to get all that stuff out. There's a whole little you'll see by the end of it like what kind of premise we're trying to cook here. Spell the script. Spell. Alright, fuck it. Let's just use the IntelliSense to remember what it was. That's right, spell names. And spell. I think you'll enjoy the ideas. It's primarily I want to get into a bunch of like other stuff in the big picture. But a lot of what is gonna drive the especially this will be there for the whole thing, but it will be really front and center for the first half at least, is like stuff dealing with like I'm trying to think how to word it. Okay, so actually, well, we just want to take, because I'm trying to think of the order. Okay, it goes name, then descript, then flavor. Yep. Oh, it has to do times. It has to do this 3 times. I forgot. There's got to be a faster way. No, I guess there's not a faster way. You just have to do it 3 times. Oh wait, no. What the hell am I saying? Right. Okay. Then we want to do it 3 times. Okay, I got it. But yeah, a lot of stuff about like, I guess like the nature of the borderline between like admiration and envy and stuff, and the nature of leadership, shit like that. Just like a lot of stuff that was particularly relevant to me over the last, I guess like 7 or so years in particular. There's just like a lot of built up stuff that I want to kind of explore relating to things like that. In particular, there's a lot of like a lot of stuff that oh wait, no, don't put that there. A lot of ideas that I want to get into are linked to oh wait, I don't need the, yes, we want it at I. Okay. A lot of the larger themes and stuff I want to connect to talking specifically about like shit that I think the West has struggled with and stuff. Like this setting, like I said, is a fantasy based on reality. So a lot of it is there to. Oh, I got this order wrong. A lot of it is there to discuss like things I want to respond to that are sort of like zeitgeist ideas, especially in the West. But a lot of the first half will be dedicated to, I guess, little less lofty things. More, basically, I think the way I described it is that there's basically like two conflicts at any given time. There's the character's personal immediate conflict as people, and then there's the conflict with the setting. And by the end, they'll coincide as like one thing. Basically, is how I'm thinking. I'll be able to talk less vague, while still not just like giving a summary after the first chapter drops. That way, I can actually refer to specific things. I can insinuate things a little bit more. I can insinuate things in a slightly more clear way. Okay, so this is... Oh, this is going to be annoying to have to change all of these. Actually, let's do it like this. So it goes description, cast message, and what about name? Where does the name go? Where does the actual name of the spell go? Oh, the name is the first one. Oh, I see. Yeah, this is all fucked. It's not supposed to... This is all fucked up. All right. Let's do it like this. We're gonna fix typing all of these in one go. Oh shit, don't do that. Oh, I see. That's what was changing. So this is just global vars dot spell names. Why this only? What happened to all my cursors? You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it. Let's just. Someone said that if you have like Copilot, it can fill in shit like this for you. More easily. Let's just fucking copy paste. Let's just do it. We have to type in the specific number for each one anyway. So. That's the unfortunate thing about making an RPG. There's no getting around like handmade lists with RPGs and stuff, just because they are a collection of arbitrarily filled in, data books at the end of the day. So there are always times where you have to do bullshit like this.
If you don't like this, it's not gonna go.
No, I'm fine with it. It's just like...
Because I have a feeling you're gonna not...
If you could still turn back then.
Tomorrow I might just do another
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, and this one is the descript, I think. The script. Descript. One thing that actually is funny, speaking of the game story, I'm kind of like evil Toby in that, like, I don't easily like I don't get bothered by the idea, like the idea of like it's hard when you write to take what you're writing the same way you would look at something someone else wrote. So it's hard to empathize with the idea of spoiling shit when you're working on something, because you don't see it the way you would see something that you're consuming. And I kind of got reminded, because sometimes I'll show people like CG roughs I'm working on and shit. And the other day I got like a little bit like reminded that people who plan on playing it don't necessarily want to always they don't necessarily want to see content from it before you actually, especially if it's a little more dramatic of a scene or something, they don't necessarily want to see content before they actually play it. And I was reminded that you have to protect spoilers of your own thing to some extent. Or not to some extent, to the amount that the market wants, that other people want, that makes people happy. Because like I will see that sometimes too. Like sometimes an official thing will just like forget to like not to like keep something a secret or something, and then like people will get upset. Like if a poster is like too spoilery or something, or slightly different, but kind of reminds me of it, like the Jono Chishisu, the iconic. He doesn't actually die, but yeah, the iconic Yu-Gi-Oh! Next Time preview. That shit is so funny. It's like Jikai Yokoku de Korosareta Otoko. Okay, so that's all this shit. That should be everything. 4, 4, 3, 2. All right, everything should be working now. All right, if everything went right, the game should just run with no issues. What's happening? I fucking hate this keyboard, man. I really actually should fix the keyboard issue, because, especially too, because it can cause me to not know what's keyboard lag and what's actual lag. All right, everything got fucked up. Everything got moved over by one. Why did it do that? Yeah, it's all fucked up. This is not right at all. There's gotta be lore. There will be lore to everything. For sure. There will be lore to everything. Okay, what went wrong? Oh. Oh, okay, I see what went wrong. We have to add a check. We have to check what N is. No. Don't do that. Oh. No, fuck you. If N equals 0, then do this shit. Else if N equals 1, do this shit. Oh, come on. Alright, that should fix it. I was about to be really pissed off if where I actually put the where I actually read from the array was wrong. Yeah, thanks, Fuzzy. Oh no, this is not right. It's not right. Force came out fine, but the rest are fucked. Yeah, the rest are all fucked. Okay, let's see let's try to think what we did wrong. Cause it should be cause first comes the name, then the description. It seemed to get it right for one round. It seemed to get it right for one round. I just don't understand what went wrong after. It must be something to do with the format of the. It's got to be something wrong with the format of the actual file. Cause it. Oh, I see. I forgot to put the missing text on 2 of them. I was considering just like loading in lots of characters into like versus mode for fun that have like no idea, that don't really have an idea to them other than just okay, everything's working. Other than just being an abstract design. But okay, that message is all fucked up. I gotta fix that. Oh, that's right. Will give me a new font. I gotta check out. That might be good for certain cases. All right, everything's working at least. We just gotta fix the message. But yeah, at this point, I do want to. I'll try to. I'll try to put content for any kind of. Make sure any kind of character that shows up, even just in like versus mode or whatever, has gets fleshed out somewhere. Because the thing is, I really like like card games and shit. Like I've been into Yu-Gi-Oh literally since it came to the West. I've had many times where I took a huge, it's been in like a really on and off thing for like, I don't know, forever now, but the point is I always like it. And I've been into, like I was into some early Soshige, like when like Million Arthur, for example. Some of those early Soshige leaned more on like card game type stuff because the earliest Soshige were just these like predatory, like pay to get good cards and then win type games. And Million Arthur was still like that. It's just that Million Arthur was different because it had all this really sick. Kazuma Komachi wrote all this sick story for it, and all right, let's check out this font. Well, before we do the font, let's actually just fix the actual display message first. I love a good sunrise, yo, Will. Getting up bright and early. Usually when I enjoy the sunrise, it's actually no. I guess because I loop the clock, I get like an equal amount of exposure to seeing a sunrise for the day because I'm staying awake versus seeing the sunrise because I'm going to sleep. Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what we're gonna do. So, all right. Well, first off, it's a good thing I changed this nums shit. But yeah, the nums used. Yeah, point is Million Arthur was sick, and I like that type of thing a lot. I really liked the early Soshige thing, where the quality I really like about card games is how like you get these characters on cards and shit that seem like it feels like there's so much to them, like there's so many ideas to them and stuff, but you get like so little of them. And I actually like that a lot. I like how it feels like you should be getting so much, yet you get so little. I found that like that kind of contrast is just like inherently interesting. And when I came up with the idea that like, oh, I'll have like a versus mode thing and I can just throw any type of character in there, I thought it would be cool to have some of them that just like have no easily accessible lore or anything, to get that same thing. What would be cool, and this is where I came up with a really cool idea, I can use the versus mode to put in characters from shit I haven't actually, or from shit I have in the pipe, like shit I've been working on in the pipe that will happen later. Oh, and like Kanikumin as well. I always loved Kanikumin. I love the way Kanikumin introduces like all these like characters. It introduces like all these like Chojin and shit during like shit like Chojin Olympics and stuff before they're actually even relevant and stuff. I just think that whole type of thing is sick as hell. So it's almost like that kind of energy. I've always really liked like quantity of things, like when you have like a high, like I guess like fucking Pokemon type shit. I think everyone does, honestly. I think everyone gets that like collective thing, the collector's thing. Oh. No. Now, why is number 4 the... Oh, I see. Yeah, the chocolate frogs. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, we do, Chris. It's kind of tricky to keep him synchronized. Like we're usually skewed by up to 2 hours, but I'm more flexible than he is. So usually I just kind of bear the burden of like waking up early some days. It reminds me, Will. I was joking. I always joke how the best scene ever is when I don't even remember the context that much, but I always quote the thing in Harry Potter. Like my one like big Harry Potter takeaway was I love the thing where I think it's the second book when he asks when he finds out how he has this like connection to Slytherin or whatever and all this shit. I don't remember the lore, but like when he says when he asks the hat why didn't you put me in Slytherin then? Why did you put me in Gryffindor? And he says, because you asked. I cite that all the time because it's like it's a funny pattern that's actually kind of like surprisingly true to life. I always fucking quote that, even though I don't really care about Harry Potter that much. Just like that always stayed with me. Okay. Okay, the only issue with round is that it will round to 0, I think, in some cases. That's the only issue. Isn't there a... Is there a round up? I don't think there is. Is there an argument you can pay? Ah, fuck, don't do that. Is there a version of this that always rounds up? Or does just... No, I don't think there's a way. I don't think there's a way to make sure it always rounds up. Whatever. Let's just do this. No, don't do that. Oh, ceiling. That's right. Thank you, Will. Okay, alright, good. Okay. I think there's a few times I do like a round check is 0. Okay, equals 1. I think I do that a few times. So I totally forgot sealing was a thing. Okay. Okay, yeah. So let's just see what this does. Oh, you had it. Yeah, that sucks, Fuzzy. Yeah, everyone was getting a cold. Everyone was getting one. Okay, so the reason I added this HBO Uchinata text is because I was clicking through after I ended my stream the one time when I was doing this and not seeing an actual word tell me that the HP is gone, like either Dameju o Ukita or Ushinata, HBO Ushinata. Not seeing words declaratively tell me what happened just didn't make it feel real. Like I needed a verb in there. I needed something to tell me for sure some shit happened. So I made my decision about that for sure. We need the word. I'm thinking of making this text red. And then I'm gonna play around with this. I'm gonna download the font you gave me and see if maybe it'd be nice if this was like bigger and maybe something interesting was happening with it. I'm not sure yet though. Worst case scenario, if it has to just be this, it's fine. I'm not too upset about that. But oh, and then one other thing is we have to add an extra thing for taking status damage because status effects in this game work as like damage. You'll see. They're non-binary status effects. Non-binary monarch shit. But yeah, I really do not like the binary status effect thing in Pokemon, and a lot of people, like especially people who are even extremely good, just don't like it. Like it's pretty much like exactly. It's kind of like poison because like the only non-binary status effect in Pokemon is toxic. That's like the only one. And even that is like kind of binary, and that like the toxic state, you're either in the toxic state or you're not. And then it progresses, and then if you switch out, it gets reset. In Gen 1, it turns into normal poison, and future gens, it just the toxic timer resets. But yeah, that's like Pokemon's only non-binary status effect. Yeah, and most people just don't like the idea. Like they find it really annoying because it just makes basically it turns to the game into either you totally got off the hook or you just got punished really fucking badly. It makes things skew towards. I have all these features planned and stuff that basically prevent the game from skewing too hard into you got really lucky or you got really unlucky. I'm trying to do all these things that like even the luck out a little more. Yeah, confusion as well. I have a whole different system for confusion. You'll see. Hopefully, we might even get to a lot of it today. But yeah, basically, that is that. So let's make the text red, where it tells you how much HP you lost. So basically, if it finds, I don't remember how to change the color of the text in scripts. So if it finds HP, oh, I just realized. If it's the English version, it's not going to find HP. It's going to find the word health. Let's Yeah. Oh no, they both say HP now. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Hold on, I gotta take a piss real quick. The worst part about the cold undoubtedly was the headaches. Yeah, I can't stand that. I really can't stand that. Although it's better, it's a lot better than the last flu I had. It was the worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. Well, sickness wise, not in general. In Gen 1, I Confusion was actually. I'm actually going to talk about this a little bit in the next video. I really like Confusion in Gen 1. And it was. Gengar uses it extremely interestingly, which I will talk about and stuff. So I won't get into it right now. But but I know in other games people really find it annoying. Like, as in, it's just the like maybe you win, maybe you don't button. It's just like it becomes degenerate in the other ones. But yeah, trying to find where to change the color. Okay, I found it. Theme override colors default color. Add. But the burn I really like in Gen 1 as well. I just think I think it should have been stronger. Like I think like Fire Blast should have had like a 60% chance of burning. Like 30 is way too low. But what's cool about burn in Gen 1 is that burn actually doesn't take effect if you get a crit. Crits break through burn. So burn isn't like a complete like shutdown. And because crits work the way they work in Gen 1, like they they're a thing you can actually strategically play around. They're not just like random. So burn is really cool in Gen 1. You just don't get a ton of chance to see it because Fire Blast just isn't quite good enough to see enough of. And fire type Pokemon in general are just not that good in Gen 1. It does come up though, and I always think it's interesting. I like what it adds to the game when it shows up. Okay, default color. Um, is there like set color? No, I guess there's not. I guess you guys gotta type one in. Half of the time, I just don't. I can't stand C# because like the way it makes you make new. Whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. We'll just do pure red for now, and I think we're gonna make it like not quite pure red. Like I think it'll probably look better if we put like a tiny bit of the other ones in there. Yo, Bado, wait. Why is text search necessary? Because basically, it's the only way to know. It's the only way to know when. Oh, that's a good point. Now you mention it. Hold on, let me think about that. That's a good point. Well, there's definitely other places I could do it. Wait, what the fuck is this? This isn't supposed to be here. I don't know what I was doing here. This is the wrong thing. Hold on, I'll get back to you on that. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be here that it does it. I don't know why it was doing it over there. This just isn't even supposed to be here. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, because I could change it when I load in the just when I load in the message, I could set a thing that says like, oh, color this message. Well, the only problem with that is that it can't operate on, it can't know which, it can't know like which message to I mean it could have a actually, yeah, that's a bad idea. Let's just do it. Fuck all this thing. We're just gonna do this. We're gonna do like override. We'll just make a thing that like an option that says like override line blank or whatever, and when you load in a certain message, you can tell it to override a certain thing. Yeah, let's just do it like that. That way I can put well, whatever. Let's first do this just to make sure that the theme override thing is working, and then we'll. Also, what is it not like about this? Let's just do this first, and then we'll clean it up. Yo, name. Yep. Early morning. I don't want to work on multiple writing projects. However, my HE added brain always makes compelling art. Yeah. I think wait, what the fuck did I? What does it not have? Oh, I forgot to do that thing. My sort of personal rule is like it's fine to plan multiple writing projects, But when it comes to actually like putting down the actual final real writing, it's best to do one at a time. But when it comes to planning, you can totally plan multiple ones. Okay, alright, it worked. So first let's just decide if we think this is even a good idea. I think it should just be brighter actually after all. I don't think it was a good idea to I don't think it was a good idea to introduce other. I mean, maybe slightly, maybe like. Well, let's just see what it looks like with a. Oh, this thing is being a piece of work. Oh, come on. Coffee break. Let's turn it off and back on. I think it... No, that doesn't make sense. Why would it be dying if I replaced the batteries recently? It legit is like cooked though. Oh, I think it finally did something. Okay, it's back. I probably have a wired keyboard somewhere. I'll try to dig it out later. It's being really bad right now for some reason. I will buy your keyboard. No, it's alright, Will. You've done enough. I would appreciate it though. I would gladly accept the keyboard. Alright, let's see what this looks like. My newest keynote is waiting for you in the writing room after you're done. Oh shit. Alright, well that is actually a little too bright after all. It's like hard to, kind of hurts your eyes to look at. But yeah, the question is, do we want this to be read at all? This message. I'm just gonna leave it. If people complain about it being read, then I think it is better though to make that message read. Let's try to. Now let's figure out the percentage thing. Let's add a. Let's load in the other font and see how that looks. And if we like that, we'll do it. Yeah, like a crimson thing would be good. Okay, laptop. What's the PC specs? I kind of forgot, but it's really good. PC is extremely good. The keyboard is shit. It's a shitty wireless keyboard. Will knows the specs because I have the PC thanks to Will. Okay, so it's 86 red. 7.8 green. and 23.5 blue. Yeah, because I was initially searching for it just because I didn't want to have to add a whole, like... Yeah, that looks a lot better. I didn't want to have to add a... Yeah, that's nice to look at. I actually like that. Especially, too, it has a little bit of an Umineko-ian... Umineko-ian kind of thing. But yeah, I didn't want to have to add like a script thing where it's like, oh, checks if we should do something different to this line of text. Well, let's just do that. So what we'll do is we'll add we'll add the ability to make to specify that you want one of the 3 lines in the messages to be red, or not red, to be a different color. And well, let's just set it to red for now, because I can't imagine I want to put any other colors in the text box other than red. Like, I can't imagine that the game would ever need to color text anything. Like, yeah, maybe there could be a time where we want, like, one other color. Like, maybe we want something to be, like, blue or something. But then we could just add a different code for that. So let's just make it so that you can make a text. You can make shit red, and you can specify which of the 3 lines you want to be red. So in this case, it would just be like, and we'll just call it like R2. So second line red. So if it gets an R2, it knows to make this red. Yeah, that's a lot better than text searching every time. Okay, so basically we'll call it and to save on a string search, we'll just make it so that the R command always goes first. The only question is, what if we want multiple lines to be read? Can you chain them? That's a good point. That's a good question. Should you be able to chain them? Well, what we could do is we could have a range. We could have it so that, like, if you want more... Well, no, that sounds stupid, because then it's like... You know what? Fuck it. I'm not gonna worry about if you want multiple red lines. You get one red line per text box. Okay.
13
Alright, so basically, um, oh shit. Don't do that. Just get rid of all the searches. Or all the ifs. Yeah, all the. Yeah. Alright. Okay, so basically this just makes sure that the font and color is proper. Okay. Every time I call some kind of woke dot function, I always get scared it's some kind of extremely, for some reason poorly implemented, extremely expensive function that's going to cause me like a problem on slower computers. But I have a really shitty laptop that I'll be testing the game on, so should be fun. I already did test it on my shitty laptop, and pretty much everything was good. There's a couple animations that have to be like cached before they run smoothly. But as long as like once certain animations get cached and stuff, everything runs smoothly. So the key thing is just going to be making sure I tactfully cache the animations like during like screen transitions and stuff. Fuzzy, we're talking so shitty that sometimes it just doesn't respond, and sometimes I click like a new tab or something in Chrome, and I go like do some errands and come back. Other times it works okay. It depends on its mood. It depends on like whether Windows is like trying to update or something, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm surprised browsers. Exactly, yeah. The browsers just fucking... It's just raw rape. Like, they barely work. Yeah. Okay, so we're good here. Wait, I just realized the thing we tested wasn't the I thought the color looked fucking weird, or as in like not what it was supposed to be. We didn't actually properly test the correct color yet. Oh, come on. Do the thing. the thing. Do the thing. Whoa. Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, that looks better. I like that a lot better because it feels like blood. And it's easier on your eyes too. Okay, so now let's get rid of the if shit, all this crap. Well, this shit I don't want to get rid of yet because this is going to be important for testing if we want to change the size of the percentage messages. But this shit we can get rid of. What we're going to do is do if well, first off, okay, so we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is if red line does not, we'll just say it's greater than -1. Content at red line. And it's just the same thing down here. Okay. Whoa, what's that? Okay. But we gotta set it so that it knows where to find the red line shit. So basically, if if text at 0 basically equals text at 2.2. Wait, what? No. It can't convert a char to an int. There's no two ints. You have to do toString to int. Okay, I guess then. Like so bad it's running DDR3 RAM. Possibly. I'm like retarded with hardware, so I honestly don't know. Because I have an old laptop that, like a decade old, damn. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm dealing with, yeah, I would say. Web devs need to be taken to task because I'm pretty sure. A large mover of new hardware cells is just how painful simple web browsing is on old machines. Yeah, exactly. The shitty laptop I'm talking about, I don't remember how old the shitty laptop I'm talking about is. but it's probably much old. Yeah. Oh, so this CPU I'm on is 5 years old. Then the laptop I'm talking about is probably like, yeah, I don't know, could be much older. I don't remember exactly. I think it's actually not the worst CPU ever. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the computer is slow as fuck, so it's probably nothing good. The old laptop. Okay, so okay, yeah, then we just gotta equals x dot. How does this work? How does substring work again? I legit forgot how some of these things. Removes a substring or retrieves a substring from this instance. Yes. So start. String starts at the specified character. Okay. So start at. So if it gets the R message is 1, 2, 3, 4. So skip the first 4. So just give us 4. Start at 4. All right, so that should do it. Okay, so now we should still get red text. Oh, Will, that's my other laptop. That's my decent laptop. That's the one I've been using up to this point. That's my decent laptop. The real shitty one is like the other one I had before that one. Okay, it worked. Just to make sure it works, let's change this to like 0. Yeah, that laptop's actually decent. The problem is just like, yeah, if I'm in like Godot and stream, and streaming and shit, it's prone to the video memory overload thing and all that crap, and it can't. Okay, it's working. It's there's just it can't really play a lot of games easily and stuff like that. But yeah, that one is actually a decent laptop. It's not the worst thing. Like the game doesn't lag at all on it and stuff. It's just like the real stinker that where I need to like worry about caching the. Basically, I'm pretty positive no one, even like 30s and stuff, some like third worlders. I'm pretty sure like no one is using. I can't find my phone. I'm pretty sure like probably no one anymore is using, or at least no one trying to play games is using a computer worse than my shitty laptop. So basically, if I get that's just what I'm gonna set as my metric. If the game runs perfectly smoothly on my shitty laptop, then I'm gonna call it a success. Okay, so we can. Oh, that's right. We got to make sure if. Okay. All right, we are good. We are good to go. Fuzzy ellipses. What did he mean by this? No game I'm like integrated. That's that is like what the that is what the laptop has. I'm pretty sure. Okay, now we just gotta experiment with maybe the percentage stuff, like giving it, maybe giving it an interesting, maybe changing the font, maybe changing the size. I don't know. We're just gonna have to try. If both of those just don't, if it's just not cool, then we're just gonna leave it as is. I don't think it's the worst thing ever. Oh shit. Alright, I just gotta download the fonts. Wait, what's this? Oh, okay. Okay. I stop procrastinating, go drawing while listening to the stream. Not that I understand. Yeah, Bato. That's why I love. That's why I like streaming. I mean, that was me. That was me when. What the fuck? I fucked up when. I fucked up with the link. That was me. That was why I loved Liam King's streams. They were just like instant. Like if you're having like a bad day or something, you're having a slow day or whatever, he would just instantly get me on the grind set. Sadly now it's those days are long gone. Days of Liam grind set are gone. I have the last month of his grind saved. And sometimes I will replay it. Sometimes I will sometimes I'll throw that playlist on when I like want to remember. I want to remember what the grind was like. The shit was so funny because he basically went like insane during it too, and his like pain was inspiring. Open fonts. So you study, modify, and distribute it as long as they're not sold by themselves. Okay. That means we are good to go. Okay. Alright, let's get some let's get some ZTS going. Okay. Where are we at?
246回今。マックス15か。あれ ?2 上がったんじゃない？どうなんだ ?13。やべ。わ、13の前いくつだったか覚えてないよ。
First entry into PC gaming was the family crap top with integrated graphics. Yeah. For the longest time, just playing games on PC was just like, well, you're getting something tomorrow between 4 a.m. Will the goat. I'm very much looking forward to it. Yeah, for the longest, I usually used crappy computers most of my life. So I think I had like one period that lasted a really short while before everything power creeped where I could play modern games. Like I remember when, yes, exactly, Cam. Yo, flat face. I remember when World of Warcraft came out, I was able to play that on my computer. Like I just downloaded the free trial and I didn't like it, so I just played it for like half a day and then just was done. But I remember I could play that when that was out, but like very quickly games power creeped out. Very quickly games power creeped away from anything I could run. And that's how it was for most of the time. What the hell was I doing? Oh, yeah. We were going to try out messing with font and size. So the font is... What was the name of the font that we just put in? Dot Gothic 16 regular. Okay, so I kind of forgot how to load fonts in woke dots. Okay, so it's just GD load font. All right, let's just do this. Let's say, we'll say sub font. And we will make this sub font. Why is it a space? Why does it add space to that? Shouldn't be a space to that. All right. AMD integrated graphics getting more powerful and GPUs are getting more expensive, so things might change. Yeah. I wonder, especially now that we're in an era of, it's not like, it's not like the actual approach to, it's not like graphics themselves are like power creeping anymore. So who knows? Oh, speaking of which, I wasn't expecting it to be a good vid, but I watched the Never Knows Best vid about death of the investigating is gaming dying video. That was actually really, really interesting because it was what we were talking about, like, video game market crash shit. And yeah, it was quite illuminating because, like, it pretty much confirmed a lot of things I thought. Like, we're not in like an actual Atari 2.0. Like, you wouldn't actually call it a crash, but it is definitely like a thing. Like, there's definitely, we're in this like video game recession type thing for sure that we might just never come out of. String name. I hate this fucking. Like, what does it mean? Like I think it just means default. Like, you have to type in like default font. Theme overrides. Fonts. Normal. No, it wants normal fonts. This thing is so stupid. It wants normal fonts. And do the sub fonts. Okay. Let's see what happens. One part was mad funny because, like, it's actually pretty rare for today's fucking keyword. It's a pretty rare thing for today's YouTube or whatever, I guess. But, like, he had one section where it was like he's like investigating the elements of the crash. Oh, come on. And one of them was this keyboard is really bad. I didn't realize, like, just how bad it is. But yeah, one of them was like wokeness, and he was like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna try to talk about this while being apolitical," and wait, I don't think it changed the font. Or did it? No, it didn't. I don't think it did. It's weird. Add theme font override. We are going to... Let's just change it directly in the actual thing. Let's just do it right here. Let's change it. I don't know why it didn't. I genuinely don't know why it didn't load it. I probably just typed the wrong, some weird thing it doesn't like, or just not the right code word or whatever. Maybe it doesn't like having a... I don't know. We'll see. Let's just see this first. But yeah, he tried to sidestep being political at all in it, as he put it. Oh, fuck, it's anti-aliasing. Is it inherent to the... I have it on nearest, so... Huh. Maybe this font just inherently wants to be larger, I guess. But, well, you know, this is a really dumb and boring thing to worry about on stream. I will investigate this. I will investigate this later. If there's something cooler to be done with this whole thing, I will look into it. For now, though, we're just gonna comment this guy away. Okay. We technically don't need the size. We technically don't need the size changing on the reset either because, you know, we're never going to change the size. So. Oh, come on. Okay, all right. Let's do the fun stuff. Let's do the fun stuff. People use the Atari crash to justify the whole console company goes publisher paradigm, but with the internet, that justification makes no sense. Yeah, really true. It's definitely like one of those like artifacts, anachronisms type things. Especially too because I don't quite know the ins and outs of the all the whole industry sitch exactly, but I do know that this I want to know why the hell this thing works. I don't genuinely don't know why that didn't work. It's a bit disturbing, but I guess we'll worry about it another time. But at any rate, yeah, the yeah, because like video games have always had the absolute like just worst time when it comes to like the whole publisher situation in general. Like they always get the like censorship shit always is the worst first with video games. Translation stuff always the worst first when it comes to video games. And I assume that comes back to the way that they, you know, the paradigm of the whole publishing company. All right, so let's add in some effects. Let's make sure we can. Let's get it so that status effects. Let's get some status effects working. And the first status effect I want to integrate is the equivalent of paralysis. Because paralysis is like central to Gen 1, but I also hate it. Everyone hates paralysis, but I like what it does to the game. I just don't like the way it's done. I don't like the specific way it's done. So we are going to make a paralysis that is not shit. Flatface. Thoughts on Rumiko Takahashi? I really like... I've always liked Ranma a lot. And I like Inuyasha a lot and stuff. But... And Urusei Yatsura has its merits and stuff. I never read like any of her more like serious stuff. The problem with the... Well, I guess Inuyasha is kind of serious, but... the problem is that she kind of would have like a point where she would let her series just sort of jump the shark and just like stop. It would just stop, you know, like being like really written in any way. It's almost like they would just become like, they would just become like sitcoms by a certain point, basically, and I don't like that, basically. Oh yeah, Serene Grace is Jirachi Gen 4 flinch core shit, right? Jimothy, did you see well, I don't know how much you keep up with Pokemon, but did you see Jimothy going insane over the Gen 4 shit recently? Just losing his mind. I thought that was the funniest shit ever. I thought I liked it because I genuinely don't like I don't like the gameplay in Gen 4. I don't like what it did to the game. To me it's just like everything I don't like in Pokemon design. Also, it's interesting because I'm going to talk about it in the upcoming video. I'm going to talk about how that was also like specifically where they ruined, like that was the spot where they officially ruined Gengar. How like he was the coolest in Gen 1, like the way he played, but then I have a really funny thing planned for it. I won't spoil it, you'll see. But anyway, yeah. Oh, not familiar with Jimothy, yeah. Yeah, for a lot of people, it was the first one they played well, yeah, which is funny. And it does have a special place in a lot of people's hearts. For me, as like an angry Pokemon boomer, for me it was the one it has a special place in my heart in the sense of like anger, because it was the thing that made me feel betrayed by the series. Paraflinch for the win, yeah. Yeah, because they Simpson. Dawn's the best Pokegirl. My opinion on that can change from time to time, but I really like the I don't know. All the colors are like rotated. All like the color names are like rotated all the time and shit, but like I don't know whatever color she's supposed to be in like the redesign of like she's based on a design that was actually there that like because they were originally planning on putting a girl in Gen 1 and she was because in the original games it was green was the rival, you were red, and then there was going to be a blue, and blue was going to be the girl. The names get rotated all the time though, like Street Fighter style. But basically she got a redesign for the Let's Go ones, and it was insanely appealing. I didn't even play those games. They looked kind of Kuso, but I liked some things about them, and it's a Gen 1 remake, so I'm probably going to have to play it. Especially now that I have I own a Switch now. I own a Switch now. If you catch my drift. So yeah, maybe we'll play the Let's Go remake, see what they're like. They actually had some interesting ideas in them. But yeah, Saito drew her a few times. Yeah, that design was super appealing. No, she wasn't in Fire Red. What Fire Red did is it introduced, I think the Fire Red character, the female trainer they introduced in Fire Red, is a completely unique new design, and they call her, I think she's referred to as Leaf. Always. Yeah, Let's Go is for baby. Yeah. It looked like really retarded. It looked really retarded, but I kind of wanted to play it. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so this is the damage effect. All right, so we need to make a new class. We'll call this effect. I think the equivalent, I think we have it as awe. I think that's our paralysis. Awe effect. Oh yes.
日本だからそうだね、生まれた作品だと思うな。それですね、もう一個、女神転生めちゃくちゃ派生が多くて、自分はね、正直言って、新女神転生と
Okay, so basically, it's supposed to basically just like work like damage, but oh, that's right. I was thinking of adding another stat. I was thinking of making status defensiveness its own stat, because otherwise the fucking stats would get to whatever. So we actually have to. I was thinking. Oh, there it is, resilience. But I wasn't. Why is it called resilience though? I don't think that's what I was planning on calling it. I think I was gonna call it like. Well, it's kind of confusing if I was to call it. Shit. I guess that's a fine. It's kind of confusing though. I hate having to come up with names because you have to worry about like if it's a good name or not. So it's basically just status effect. It's basically it's resistance to status effects. It's how much status effects don't easily mess with you. But I don't have like a great term for it. Yeah, Undertale was gonna have a magic system. And you know what? This is where we're gonna E equals MC squared plus AI. Let's ask. Okay. Oh yeah, maybe we should. Yeah, I guess we could call it like. Kenji. That's not a word you hear a lot. Maybe that's interesting. Maybe that's a good word. It means like, yeah, like steadfastness. It's definitely not a word you see all the time. Kenji. Kangae taido kataku mamote yuzuranai koto. Yeah, I think that actually works well. I think we're gonna go with that. That's a good. Yeah, it's funny because he was gonna have the magic system. He probably just got rid of it because he didn't want to code it. I agree though. Like it makes sense that it doesn't have it, but at the same time, it feels like he just didn't want to code it. And the battles can get like really boring, especially the random encounters and stuff. It has to be. The game is basically entirely at the mercy of if like he made an interesting boss fight for the battles to be interesting. I think that's why another reason why Deltarune is such a drag. The encounters are so not interesting. They're so lame. Monster Gold Quest Paradox uses the willpower stat. Yeah, willpower is also. I always think of Morrowind with willpower as well. So I think that was the first game I ever played that used that term. We are gonna use. The problem with the term Kenji is I don't think you can use it as like a. Like it would have to be like Kenji Ryoku or something. I think that's the problem with it. Let's see. Let's see how Twitter tends to use this word. Oh wow! Yeah, I'm just getting nothing but Chinese posts because this word is so rarely actually used by Japanese people. No, it looks like you can use it kind of as like a Bogyo equivalent. Yeah, I think you can. I think you can just use it as just. I'm seeing uses of it that basically amount to that. Yeah, here you go. Like, Doryoku to Kenji no Kessho desu. Seiko wa keshite guzen de wa naku. Sore wa ase doryoku to Kenji. I mean, it's stats. It doesn't matter. It's symbolic and abstract. Let's just call it that. And yeah, I guess we'll just call it. I guess we'll just go with resilience. Resilience is fine. For the English term. That is how you spell that, right? I don't know how to spell. Maybe willpower is. I just realized we have willpower. Just makes me think of Morrowind though. We're gonna go with resilient. Okay. So resilience is a thing. Awe is a thing. Okay, so basically we just want to do everything this does. Except it's going to be just like a simplified version. It's going to be a simplified version of the attack formula, basically. Oops. Oh, now the mouse is being cringe. Mouse being cringe is not as big of a deal because then I can always just use my tablet. Whoa, what the fuck? What is it not like? What is it not? Oh, I have to do it in execute. I have to put it all in execute. Okay, so basically we want, first of all, can you crit? Should we allow critting? Should critical hits affect? Now, mind you, critical hits do not exist by default in the game. You have to actually crit. Being able to crit is basically a status, a special status unto itself. So should you be able to crit when inflicting status? I think I would say no, because status effects already have a bit of like an RNG like, because yes, they're gonna be like non-binary monarch shit, but even though they're non-binary, it doesn't mean that like they don't make binary decisions at times. Like for example, if the awe gets high enough, it will start rolling to see if you should just altogether not move. It's just that the roll increases in probability as the the amount inflicted increases. So paraflinch is always 25%, but in this case it'd be like you would just get the speed. You would just get the speed debuff. You just get some speed debuff at lower numbers. Higher numbers, then the paraflinch would start to appear, but it would have a low percentage, like 5%. Then when it gets worse, it would get to 10. You know, at very bad, it would get worse than the way paraflinch actually is in Pokemon. It would get to like 50, 60, 70. I'm going to turn on crits so I can curb stomp the anti-Oda opposition base in Odapill. That's like the vibe I want. I want it so that like when you have crits, that's why I'm making it so that she can easily do crits. She can easily turn them on to go like to go Tauros mode. Yeah, I'm gonna say no crits on status effect shit. No crits on status effect shit. So just not even check the crit rate stuff. Don't check the crit shits. No, don't care about any of this. Because critting with a status effect is kind of weird anyway, because typically when you think of crits, you think of more like, you think of a move that specifically is doing damage. Whereas like inflicting status effects, it brings to mind more of like a weird, it's not like you're hitting a vital point to inflict a status effect. You're doing something weirder. We don't care about any of this. Oh, Nightcris, yeah. Yeah, well, that's one you see a lot, like Seishin Yoku a lot. The reason I'm hesitant to make that a stat is because it feels, I try to keep the stats not make too hard of a statement about the character's personality. In the sense that, like, because the problem with Seishin Yoku, that's a word that would get used in normal conversation a lot. Not like a lot, but it can show up. So it's like, oh, hey, in this story event, you might be like, wow, that's such impressive Seishin Yoku. But it's like, oh, so does that mean that's good at resisting statuses? That's why I find it so hard to choose the words. That's why I find choosing the words difficult. Because you want something that characterizes them, but doesn't step on the toes of like organic characterization. That's why I find it difficult. No, none of this.
Right, so I'm specifically not showing this one when it's done.
Yes, don't show this one, yeah. Because it's spoiler shit.
Okay.
I mean, the last one was technically slightly spoilerish, but not in a bad way. I mean, not in like a way that matters. It's just like, yes, dangerous situations happen. That reminds me, Flatface. I'm so tempted, like at some point, like when I get further in the project, to make like, I want to make like It'd be silly if I did it, but it'd be funny if other people started making like, you know, those like TikTok and like YouTube short like power level difference things. I was thinking how funny it would be if people made like power versus battle, like power versus battle shit, where it had like made it so like my characters are like winning against like fucking Deltarune characters or something. I feel like that would be funny as fuck. You might know what I'm talking about. I don't know if you're deep in the like Zoomer brain rot hole enough to know what I'm talking about, but if you just look up like Cobson versus other variants, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so basically, defense equals no. We want. All right, first off. Okay, the barrier is the target. Oh, because the other thing too is I was going to change the stat depending on the barrier. So this word is supposed to describe like the barrier too. Oh, now that I think about the fact that it describes the barrier also, maybe there's a better resilience. I think is fine. Let's just use let's have a GPT tell us, give us a bunch of words that are words similar to resilience. Nintai, Konki, Fukutsu, all those sound too personality driven. Nebari Suyosa, no. Yep, there's Seishin Yoku. Tare Zuyosa, that's definitely really personality driven. Fukugen Yoku, no, that's definitely not what we want. Nintai is probably the closest, but even then that sounds a little too... Konki might be good, but that also sounds really like personality. Yeah, and exactly. Yeah, it's more about perseverance in an act. It's tied to the mind. I think we're just gonna go with. Maybe I'll ask. Maybe I'll just ask some natives what they think. I won't worry about it for now. Okay. All right, so the defense is that default defense. The attack is... Yes. Your magic stat affects... We're doing some real Gen 1 shit. Your magic stat affects... how much... It is your magic defense. It's your magic attack. And it's the amount of damage you default to inflicting when you do status affecting moves. So it's all three of those things at once. And that's because I want to base the I want that vibe of like basically I never like the idea that like something really weak is just as good at like burning shit as like Mewtwo is. I don't like that idea. Like Mewtwo should be better at burning shit just as much as he's better at like curb stomping shit. So for aesthetic reasons, that's why the stat defaults to all those things. But it's not as difficult to manage as you might think. So for example, if a character is really freaking strong, but we don't want to make them just destroying everything with status effects, just don't give them a move that does that much status damage, and then you're good, you know? Because like there's always a way to make these things work. Katsuyoku, might
サガフロムのアセルス編が途中で
that might be a good candidate.
楽しくって時間を忘れてしまう
Although it easily blends into like fatigue type thing, which is a little bit of kind of its own beast. That's what's so difficult. All these words are so linked. It's so hard to find one that you're just like, yeah, that's definitely it.
ボートが強すぎてなマジで
But it's definitely that'll be a candidate for sure. Okay, we don't want. Okay, this is where things get tricky. We gotta think about
本当にねむしろ苦手な方はねわざとね
where to store this shit.
とか言いながらフォローしてたからでしょ人生をだからでもあの作戦のああいうプレイも学ばない人もいる
Um,
ああいうプレイも大事そううん南建設がシーンしかないって思ってる人もさどうなんだろうでも私のリスナーさんは結構知ってる人そうだけどなって思う
it needs to store.
とかも結構好きな人
It needs to be able to store its status damage. I'm surprised it doesn't already have a thing for that though. Is that seriously no? Oh no, it's in the active combatants. What? I think I've been using, yeah. I had a hunch for a bit now, but I've been using. I just realized you're not supposed to use. Oh, this is gonna be kind of retarded, but you're not supposed to use. No. We're good. I forgot. When you get status affected, it's supposed to affect you regardless of the barrier you're using. That's the balancing system I'm trying to work with. If it starts going south, I will change it so that your status effect is tied to the barrier you're using. It might be narratively strange though. In fact, it's pretty guaranteed to be narratively strange. So let's just not do it. We're just gonna balance around. We're just gonna balance around the status effects not going away. Even when you just applying per combatant, not per barrier. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We are gonna do that. Okay. Right. Okay, I see. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so basically. This should all probably go in its own. This should probably go in its own little. Method, so that it can just get called. We'll do that in a sec. That's right, because there's a whole move handler class. Right. So. That's right, yeah, because... Okay. I think I goofed with the way magic's being handled in a few cases. No, that's fine. No, don't do that. That's fine. It grabs the attack power of the owner's magic power. Right, because magic power is not supposed to change per barrier. You're always equally strong depending on what barrier you're using. But your defenses do change per barrier. And your moves-ups change per barrier. So that way, yeah, like, barriers aren't supposed to be exactly the equivalent of changing Pokemon. They're supposed to be almost more like Like you're kind of changing. Almost like if you were baton passing between shit, but not exactly. And obviously baton pass is really broken, so it's not supposed to be quite like that. But. Okay, okay. Okay, so this is not what we want. We want target dot owner dot status effects. Okay. So it will, it's additive, so it needs to add. Alright, so that's good. So basically we'll just create a little method to calculate we'll grab all this shit. Grab all this shit. Go to the move handler. Where's the move handler? What the fuck? There we go. Goal key? Is that last one? I don't even know. Those look interesting. That's definitely more in the line of what we're looking for. Because if the word's rare, it's already pretty much guaranteed to have less of a goal key. Yeah. Oh, I see. That's just a weird kanji for it. Giving it a weird kanji, actually, I didn't even think about that. That would help convey. Yuso de kujikiru koto nai iki kokoro tsukushi. Yuso. Alright, let's see that last one. Yeah, that looks like a word you'd see in Kikoku guy. That's got like a real like martial arts kind of vibe. It's so. Oh yeah, because it's like hake that he does in Kikoku guy. Use that kanji. This could be the exact Chuni type thing we're looking for. We might go with that. Because it's like weird, it's Chuni, and it doesn't overlap with anything. Yeah, it is like some martial arts shooty shit. Yeah, no, this is good. This is good. Yeah, let's do this. Based. Yeah, let's do that. I like it.
まあ中島かさすがに、まあ、それかマムシみたいなマムシ、あいつ一回倒すだけで62マッカもらえたということで、まあマムシにしよっか。あいつのおかげでね、グッチ変えたんでね、混乱しなくていいのもあったね。蒸し暑ま食べてきます。
Oh, Bono, yeah. Almost went in completely blind, didn't expect the horror element at all. Oh, base, yeah. Well, that was good then. Yeah, that was a good call. That was a good call. I'm happy with it. Yeah. Yeah, Votto. Some people did get like surprised because like a lot of people look at the cover and they think it's like gonna be like a Naki gay or maybe like some like heartwarming shit or something. But it's actually it's like half horror, half like philosophical nihilism. I guess when someone asked me, I don't remember who it was. They asked me if I really like stories with a strong nihilistic component. I guess maybe I do, after all. Wait, if it just ends up... It just needs a... I hate this keyboard. I'm glad glad I got people to play it though, because it's like it's one of those games that like you really there's a lot of utility in getting other people to play it, because then you can ask them what you think was the nature of the world, or like all the lore. Like you can ask or the whatever you want to call it, like what you think is the truth of the story, basically. Okay. Wait, did I do that right? Yeah, so now it just returns damage calc with that. Okay. Spells power, the attack, the current defense, all that shit. Okay. Alright, we should be good. We should be good to go with this. I don't know why these are on separate lines then up there. It's actually kind of... It's slightly making me angry. Also, it doesn't even need these variables. It can just throw these all on. I don't know why I'm doing that. Whatever. We're not going to worry about the. I'm pretty sure the if it's a good compiler, it would just. If it's a good compiler, it would just, you know, cut out the. It would just cut out the middleman anyway. So. All right. Fuck. All right. Let's go. Shit. Give me. Let me see. All right, give me a second. I gotta get a little bit of water and crap. Let's see what. Yeah, if you can finish it this weekend, Bob, that'd be sick. I'm really curious to hear what you think. Okay, I am boiling some shit now, so I'm gonna have to get up again and rush over once the boiling does a thing or gets to the boil. Okay, alright, so I can do this shit now. So instead we're gonna do status damage calc. Damage. Okay, there we go. Alright, so instead of all this cringe, it can simply be damage equals bro. Move him. Where are we at? Yeah, it can be. Okay. I'm not even making coffee. I'm making an actual like little bit of I'm making a little bit. I'm boiling a little bit of pasta. Okay, so now it does all this shit. It can add to the aw shit. No, it doesn't need any of this checks. It does not need any of this. Yeah. Doesn't. Okay, and so what we'll do is, instead of received damage, we'll call it received status damage. No, don't do that. All right, we're gonna do a second. We're gonna do a second itekimasu. Real quick. I will be right back. Have any of the yeah, well, I have a deep history with the it was the former Digibro. It was the former Digibro server, like it used to be his server. Now it's like the ruins. It's like the ruins of it. And yeah, I'm actually like it's kind of just functions as like this private hangout similar to the one I'm in with the DJT members, and I like most people in there, and most of us just kind of get along, and it's like most people in there are actually pretty chill, and they like what I'm doing. I don't know if all of them like what I'm doing, but they definitely like what I'm doing, and they think it's cool. So that's good. So I would say it all went well. There were definitely some people who probably still don't like me or have beef with me, but I think in general, it's a good time now. Okay, so now we just need a message that displays how much status damage you took, if any. Oh no, first we gotta assign the awe effect to, I just realized the freaking status power is always connected to the status. If the move has a secondary effect, it always does it. We gotta add a we gotta add a special. We gotta add a new. We gotta add a new thing to spells that is not just their power, but their status power. They need status power, because if it just uses the same power, then they're tightly coupled. Like secondary effects can only can't be decoupled from the primary damage it's doing, which is not cool. So I hate having to add this to it because it breaks every spell now. But you gotta do it. Status power equals 0. I'm actually gonna not add this. Well, no, let's add it to the constructor. Fuck. Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna add this to the constructor because it's just annoying. It's annoying. I don't. It's so many moves aren't gonna use it. I'm just not gonna add it to the constructor. Status power. Okay. So what we can do now is there are already some as you can see, there are already some things that I don't establish in the constructor anyway. So for status power, I guess we'll give it it should be something pretty light, like 30 or something. Wait, this is the wrong spell. This is the wrong spell. The one we care about is Gigarai. To do add all effects. So it has 2 effects. And, I have to actually create an actual variable for the effect. The guy who took over the server went on a power trip. Yeah, Dark. I can't stand him. He's just such a Redditor. He's got the worst ideas about everything. Just really, really bad. Really bad egg. It's kind of funny when you called in on Digi's stream and started rambling about Koreans. Yeah, that was like my moment. That was I'll tell you in a sec. Let me just check my. My Japanese friend saw the stream and said you have a Deki no Ihige. That's pretty fucking. That's sick. That's like some Mario shit. Mario's Idai na Gyoseki type shit. Tell him thank you. Arigato. But yeah, well, like I was when I went on that, I originally had all this shit ready. Like I was gonna say much more coherent idea. But what happened was I had woke up literally 5 minutes before that stream. And when I went on, we all went in a waiting room, and I thought it was going to take hours before I could finally get called, like at least an hour or two. But I was the first person called. So I was groggy as shit, and I wasn't ready, and I didn't have any of my info ready, so I just went off. And it actually worked out. Because so many people found out about me from that for like a while. Like that was actually like... and a lot of people thought it was like funny. So it like worked to my advantage for a pretty long time. So I guess it was like a blessing in disguise. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, Digibro, dude, yeah, who? That's a good question. He is literally who now? He was a big time YouTube, like AniTuber name. He was sort of like I don't even know. Yeah, exactly, Cam. I don't even know where to begin. Where do you begin? There's videos about the history of him you can look up. Maybe type in like Rise and Fall of Digibro or something. There's got to be something on it. But yeah, he was sort of like the realist AniTuber for a while. And he had a Macbethian fall from grace. Wait, no. The yellow camera guy is one of my favorite moments from that whole thing. Yellow camera guy. I don't know if I remember exactly what you're talking about. But post what you're talking about somewhere, so I can know what you're talking about. Yeah, flat face. You're right about that. She was. She was. She played him like a fiddle. She played him like a damn fiddle. He was one of those friends whose videos are always yelled at and got enraged when pointed it out. That's fucking funny as shit. Alright, so it's got the effect, the all effect damage. Oh yeah. Okay, so now we just need. Okay, so one thing we actually need to change is that when you get hit with the normal damage effect, we actually need to set it so that no, not that. What we need to do, no, that's not what we want to do. That's not what we want to do. Let's. Oh, there's so much bullshit. Where's the text box? Okay, so there's a variable that should check. Oh shit. Right. Enemy shall rock. Because I'm pretty sure there is a. Well, let's just go back to the. Show enemy done. Okay. Show enemy attack done. Does all the things, and it's gonna, and then it goes to the text box after this. What we want to do is we want to load in a message that also tells you how much status damage you've taken. Well, see, that's the problem in general. Where do you keep track UI-wise of how much status? I've been putting this off for a while because I didn't want to think about it. This is why we don't skip bad ends in VNs. That's a good idea. Oh, endless. Yeah, that dude was really off the wall. Yeah. Yes, that dude was really off the wall. He was like, he would go like homeless sometimes and shit. Full blown. Very unhinged. Those guys are just like crazy in general. It's such like an old YouTube thing, like in terms of the fact that, you know, these dudes were able to build platforms in the first place. It's such like an old YouTube type environment thing. All right. All right, let's just take a look. Let's just take a look and think about it. Let's just virtualize being the player. All right, if I am statused, Obviously, I want to know the severity of. Oh, come on, this fucking keyboard. Obviously, I want to know the severity of my status at any time. But the question is, where would that go? Oh, it's all buffered a bunch. Where would that go? And because like some things will like obviously it's really common to display status effects above the character's head. Like that's really common. Like sometimes there'll even be like an icon. There'll be like an icon even like with like a number or something. And then we could just make it like when you start selecting a spell or something, it goes away. For tracking all that shit. Or alternatively, it could be. Oh, you know what might actually be interesting? No, that's dumb. That's dumb. That is dumb. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I think the best bet is just to also holy shit, this keyboard does not like responding. I didn't realize just how bad this keyboard switch is. So Will saving my neck again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like that type of thing a lot, Will. When you get those little like things, yeah. I did want to possibly create like at least I guess that's like some Omori shit, like changing the character expression with the stat. That was like one of Omori's like really cool gimmicks. How the characters changed facial expression and shit when they had status effects and stuff. For now we're not gonna worry about it. I will worry about this after stream. For now, we're just gonna get them all working. But I will worry about that later. I will worry about the actual UI. Great artist steal, yeah, exactly. Yeah, Fuzzy, he was always like a pretty off the wall kind of guy, but I don't know if we quite expected that level of like deep end jump. All right, let's get it so that okay, it has to detect if you've it has to detect if you've done status damage. So basically what we'll do is if the spell that was just used if the spell that was used doesn't if it doesn't have any status shit going on, then we know that there's nothing to worry about as far as showing shit. If there's no status, wait, what? Yeah, if there's no status power, if there is status power rather, then we know we want to create a message that tells you that you got dealt status damage. Which means we're gonna need another. We are gonna need a. We're gonna need another system message for that. So. We will call this status damage. Okay. So let's just figure out what the message should be. Yes, that's very true, Will. To be fair, he was not a great. He was not a great. Yeah. Yeah, he was. He was. Yeah. Yeah, there was a. It's kind of just a big. It was a big bowl of wrong. In Larry David terms. Just a lot wrong there. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna say like this we can say damage. This we can use the keyword damage for. That's fine because it's like no, we won't say damage. We'll put like I think we'll say because damage sounds weird. Damage sounds like you lost health. I think we'll just say point, like point total. Yeah, okay. Alright, I got the message, I think. It'll be... Let me just type it here first. So what was the word for the awe status effect is known as the awe status effect is Ifu, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see. Let's try this.
いいえ。かしこまりました。ボーカルさんとはありがとう。いいえ。はい。はーい。楽しそう。あ、そうだ。迷ったら船内のマップを見るんだよ。お、マップだー。マイナスボタンで船内の見取り図を確認することがで
Right,
きる。
because you could also say, yeah, instead of a Taeru, you could also say Fuyo, which is probably more appropriate. Because, like, Fuyo is commonly used for, to describe status effects, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's used a lot, yeah.
こんな感じだ。はいはいはい。現在地はわからないのか。今どこに
Okay, alright, let's do that. Alright, so we will say, so the message will be,
現在地はちょっとピコピコ点滅するみたいです。大将さんか。うわ、なかったわ。迷いそうだな。そういうのはなかったですから。本日は私は今までのレインコンピューターです。あなたのことは
I gotta get my food.
私はあなたの制作過
Um,
程をずっと見守ってきました。あなたはカズさんが初めて完成させたロボットなのです。仲間同士仲良くしましょう。仲間したしよう。同じことには言ってた。そうか。もっと世間話できると思ったけど、同じことだったみたい。はいはいはいはい。僕全個なりやりやすくはない感じありがとう。SNS 感いいね。
this should be fine. I mean, I'll check this. I'll run this by, I'll run this by a native. Make sure it's good. And this should be in, this should be in red as well. Well, I don't think it should be in red because it's not. This is a case where I would maybe actually give it like a, maybe I would give it a blue, but we'll just keep it white for now. Yeah. Oh, oops. I have the English and JP backward. Alright, this should be good. I'll run it by a native though. Yeah, I have some. Well, I'll give you a more. I'll give you a little bit more of a detailed answer when I come back. So basically, I didn't know shit about it, TRPGs in general, for a very long time. I just knew they were a thing. I didn't know how they worked or anything. But for a lot of people, I think their first exposure to them, for a long time, probably people's first exposure to them was like novel adaptations. Like there's like Lodos, you know. Lodos was adapted from a TRPG session. And I never saw Lodos. I mean, I've kind of like background, seen bits from it and stuff. I didn't read it either. Actually, I think I got a hold of ebooks or audiobooks of it actually. But yeah, so there was Lodos. And then much more recently there was Chaos Dragon. I think it was called Chaos Dragon. That I did watch and I liked it a lot. That was really underappreciated because Chaos Dragon was really underappreciated because it's just, I mean, anime viewers don't be subhuman challenge. Like there was just it just like people just like didn't get it. Like they didn't get why things happened at the pace they happened, and like except I don't know how to explain it. I don't even remember what the exact complaint was, but at any rate, Chaos Dragon was an adaptation of a bunch of like writers coming together, like a bunch of big names, like Nas, Urobuchi, I don't remember who else, but those were probably the two most famous ones that participated. And they had a oh, by the way, well, you might have seen me fix this, but we fixed the it checking every single time. Now it just does it for the system messages, which I don't plan on changing because there's just a few system messages, so it's not a big deal. But yeah. So at any rate, that was cool, and I like that anime a lot. And I still didn't learn about how these CRPGs work, though. It was still a big mystery to me. And then finally, because of VTubers, some TRPG sessions involving VTubers started getting like put on the internet and stuff, and there was like these would actually start getting like production value put into them. Like people would like actually draw stuff for the campaigns, and like people would make like these cool like little intro movies and stuff for them and stuff with like illustrators and all this shit, professional illustrators and all this shit. And that was the first time I finally got to see what one actually looks like, was when VTubers were doing them. And finally, I had an online friend who was really into them. And me and some of the ex-DJT people played one session of one of the RPGs. I don't know what system it was. I don't remember what system it was. But we played one, and it was fun. It was a little confusing, but it was fun. And that's it. It did make me see, though, how... Hold on, I gotta make a bunch of disgusting noises. Yeah, so I never played them myself, but I read some TG threads. Oh yeah, are those like basically like records of games, I assume? Because what I realized playing one was that they're very at the mercy of the hell was I even doing? Oh yeah, we got our system message now. They're very at the mercy of the storytelling. Oh. Also, there's the TRPG arc in original Yu-Gi-Oh! The first Baccarat. The first Baccarat arc. He makes them play a TRPG. That was my other one of my first exposures to it. What I realized is that they're very at the mercy of the like storytelling ability of the game master, which is interesting. And I wouldn't really be willing to play one again unless I was playing with a bunch of serious writers, if I'm to be perfectly honest. Or at least actors. Actors would be fine. It would have to be actors or writers, though, or I wouldn't really be interested. Maybe artists. Artists, actors, or writers, or I wouldn't want to participate in it, to be perfectly honest. Not that I didn't have fun, but like, all I could think is, this would just be so much more interesting if I was playing with like people who like could really, really like do character. Yeah, a lot of dungeon masters are wannabe writers, and what actually, believe it or not, in Japan, game master to real writer is actually not a super uncommon pipeline. It actually isn't. Believe it or not. Oh, fuck, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? The only issue is that the nums problem, it's gonna... I can't change the nums until I... Oh, no. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna change it so that... it actually does all the num converting shit. In a different spot. We're gonna make it so it does all the num converting when you enqueue it. That way you can change that. That way the nums don't have to like stay. I don't know why I had it the other way. There was no reason for it to be the other way. Yeah. So the TRPG tradition in Japan is a lot stronger than you might realize. Like, they really love their TRPGs. Yeah, Fuzzy, it's two things. It's one of two things. It's a social thing. That's the less interesting side, in my opinion. The more interesting aspect is that it's a chance to... You're basically collabing on storytelling with a little bit of game elements involved. So it's actually really interesting for that. And like the one I know the best for a dude who actually went from game master TRPG guy to real writer was Hisaya. I think Naoki Hisaya. I just know him as Hisaya. I always forget his first name, but Hisaya, who was, of course, he was Jun Maeda's writing partner until Air. And Canon, for Canon, he was the whole planner for Canon. He was Ayu's story, Nayuki's story, and Shiori's story. And Hisaya Hisaya was basically the dude that gave Jun Maeda his entire kind of direction for how to go stylistically. And Hisaya comes from a freaking TRPG background. So that's like a really famous example I know of. So yeah, Hisaya comes from TRPG background. Oh, speaking of which, I can now that I own a Switch, I can play Crystar finally. That's Hisaya's recent game. But yeah, because if you watch or read Imotosai Irabai, that's Hirosaki Yomi's series that he wrote after Haganai. They play TRPGs in that like a lot. You know, because they're like a group of writers and they get together and they play TRPGs, which is actually pretty cool. Like that is like something I would definitely be willing to do. But yeah, I don't think I would be willing to. I definitely wouldn't be willing to play TRPGs again with ordinaries, whatever you want to call them. It'd have to be writers or actors or artists. Preferably writers. Okay, so the number thing works now, so we can just enqueue it. We have to enqueue it after we set the numbers. So. Okay, now we can check the whole. Okay, now we can do it. If that shit is greater than 0, then do the thing. Sorry, my bad. I gotta fucking blow my nose so bad. Alright, we good. We good. Okay. Because, like, yeah, obviously, like, the result is going to be, like, worse and or messier or whatever than a normal story. But I think what's interesting about it is, it's what I realized was it's the literary equivalent of a jam session between musicians. And you could probably see why I wouldn't want to do that with people who don't know what they're doing, you know? It's just like, how fun would it be to do a jam session with a bunch of people who don't know how to play an instrument? You know, it's not going to be that fun. It was really fun because it was my first time. But doing that like a second time or a third time, that would not be fun. So basically... Okay, so that's the status damage it took. It doesn't need math ceiling here. It just needs... Actually, it does need ceiling. In fact, these should all be ceiling. These should all be ceiling. This doesn't need to be ceiling. This doesn't need to be ceiling. That doesn't need to be ceiling. This one should be ceiling, actually. Orth music? Orf music. Orf music. What the hell is Orf music? Orf music. Carl Orff. So if, okay, so that's that. The nums use is supposed to be just 1 in this case. Oh, it's a music education thing where they have to mess around with random non-traditional instruments. Oh, interesting. So it's like a jam sesh that you're not prepared for. I wonder what that tends to sound like. I imagine like if you're good at music, you're still going to be able to do things like keep a beat and stuff. To some extent, do some kind of melodic thing. Yeah, sorry that I'm typing this shit kind of slow. I'm just trying to think about the overarching. I'm just trying to think about the overarching structure a little bit. Okay, so that is the status damage message. It will display the status damage. Okay, now we just need to make sure that received damage is filled. Oh, we got that. We got that already. All right, let's do it. Let's check it out. Let's see what happens. Keyboard's behaving. Why is this so tiny? Oh, is it? Did the font actually change or something? I'll figure that out honestly. I actually kind of like it tiny. Oh, I did change the font. I changed it here. Because normally I use the L one. No, oh, because normally I use Pixel Plus. But I switched it to the other thing. I kind of like the look of that. Not gonna lie. It's a little, maybe a little bit questionable. I could try setting this to the arrow font, actually, and seeing how it looks there. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I like it because it's small, so you can digest it more quickly, and it doesn't distract from here. These parentheses are sussy. Like this one's getting fucked up, and I think it's because they're not full width. Something should probably be done about that. I need full width parentheses or something. We'll see. Oh, oops! I forgot to account to. Oh, and we gotta switch her spell. Fuck! There's a bunch of shit I forgot to do. All right, let me just fix that. All right, so. Change that to E, right, and we gotta set it so that it. We gotta set it so it reads in which. We gotta set in which type of status damage it did. And get it to display that name, which is kind of annoying because I think we need to create a variable for like which status it was, like received status damage, and then like which type of status. Sorry, let me eat real quick. Well, let's just go to it first. Received. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we'll call this oh, come on. We'll call this received status, and it will equal, no. I guess it'll just equal null by default. Oh, you can't give null to a non-volatile, non-nullable type. Is there anything that's like missing? No, there's not. We'll just say missing. And we'll just create this. I kind of just, I know it defaults to 0, but I just like throwing a 0. Just kind of helps readability. Okay. Received status. So the received status is always going to be equal to, oh wait. It would just, this is, I forgot, this is the aw effect. So it's just going to be status. Dot aw. Alright, so that's good, that's good. So it did its thing. Alright, now, oh shit, I forgot. We gotta load in, oh my god, there's so much friggin' overhead crap to do. Once we get it working though, we got it working. We can just, once the status effects works, you can just, you can just slap it onto anything. So, we need something to load in all the status types, status names, status effects names. So what we will do is we will where does it read in all the there's somewhere where it reads in all the type names. Yeah, here it is, the mana names. So we'll just do the same thing, but we're gonna do it for not for this, but we're gonna do it for status effects. Yes. Yep. Okay. All right. So basically, right after all this crap, this is where it will go. So it'll be the same thing. We'll just do missing. We're actually going to just keep this as missing in both versions. Oh, come on. You fucking bastard. And now I need to remember my list of statuses. Also, I got to make sure it's in the order of the enumeration. Bad cope is insane. They'll invent any excuse or method imaginable just to avoid actually destroying what they're studying. Yeah, it's a little bit nuts. It's a little bit nuts. It's kind of painful, but it's sad because hold on, let me take a bite of my food. It's sad because the person to do like weird, pointless, abstract exercises that don't help is typically the type of person who is more desperate and irrational. Meaning they are the type that's either going to definitely quit in a very emotional state when the time comes, or they'll persevere and stick with it, but have to realize they wasted a bunch of time on stupid exercises that don't really help. And I wonder, should be all? Yeah, it should be all caps. So yeah, either they're either delaying their and making it more painful, their impassioned inevitable quitting, or they're creating a situation where they're gonna have to accept how much they wasted time. And the other reason it sucks is because if you're another type, even if you're not the more desperate type, let's say you're just the type that oh my bad. Thank you. Oh, I forgot to add crack to this. Crack is like damages the maximum HP, so it makes it so that you can only, even if you recover, you can only recover so much. But yeah, the other thing is, even if you're a type that you're learning as a hobby, if you just really study shit properly, there's so much you can get so quickly. And doing like these like dumb, pointless exercises are basically preventing people from getting the info that they would normally be getting. It's preventing people from just like 100 hours of art. It's like literally just doing it for like 100 hours is enough where like that person knows so much more about art and just, I guess, just life. Should be modules. Yeah, it should be modules. In general and shit. And you're preventing that if you're doing like really dumb, stupid, abstract exercises that don't work, basically. So it's very sad when you get those cases. I want to get back into drawing, but copies didn't feel that beneficial. So last night I came up with the idea to memorize this Takako anatomy notes and then apply it to hide gestures. If you have zero hot knowledge, you have nothing to qualify. Yeah, that is true. Just gesture is number one. Just try to get a handle on gesture first. Yeah. Preferably it does, just not necessarily as quickly as you might want. Like, okay, this is how I always explain it. Know what you're drawing. Like, you should know anatomy to the extent that you know what you're drawing. Like, you should know, like, if you're looking at a leg, okay, you should know what all the muscles in a leg are. Insofar as if you see them, you recognize, they're not a surprise to you. You don't look at a leg and go, well, what the fuck? A leg makes that shape? That's weird. However, copying such a thing, like the type of shit that you'll see, like the type of shit like Psycho would recommend and shit. Wait, what am I doing? I can just copy paste them. Where you basically are like copying like anatomy charts to your shit. Like you're copying non-artistic sources, or arbitrary artistic sources. That does not help at all. But that's where a lot of good Japanese tutorials exist. Like there's a lot of good Japanese artists who have like exercises or diagrams and stuff that you can copy that are much more actually artistically driven explanations of body stuff. And in those cases, yeah, that's absolutely gonna help. And I do recommend doing that. And also doing gestures and stuff. But I also recommend never getting away from just the straight to line copies, just the literally, copy first, ask questions later type copies, because that is always going to be like the backbone of actually like training your everything. That's the bread and butter of training G factor and style. But yeah, if you're too lost, then you definitely you want things to help. You want you don't want to feel lost, basically. That's what I'm trying to say.
I turned on my chapter 1 work. I'll have the
oh, that's right. We were gonna release it. Yeah, we were gonna release a gesture book. That's right. Yeah, it's still in the works. We're gonna do it. We just had to put a little bit aside for the game. The gesture book is going to go hard. The gesture book is definitely going to go hard.
It should definitely help.
Because it's not just gesture. It's not just isolated gesture. It's like applied gesture. Oh, that's right. I was gonna have. That's right. That's what I was gonna do. Some status effects affect the characters. Some status effects affect the barrier. So stuff like spell seal and mana seal. What happened to mana seal? All right, I guess that didn't get clicked. Spell seal and mana seal would be like. No, mana seal would not be. Mana seal would affect the actual character. Spell seal would affect the barrier. So there will be some barrier status effects. In fact, I should probably organize these so that the. I should probably organize these so that they're categorized separately from each other. Because then there's like special status effects, like. But I guess we'll just do it like this. So. Oh, that's where the scent is. So like a scent will go here. And this is show go. Is it Shogo? I mean, I used some like weird Chuni word for this. I actually don't remember if that's exactly how it's read. It's not like a normal word. Yeah, it is like Shogo. It's just not in the IME. Oh, yeah, well, yep, for sure, well. Isn't Cypress responsible for everything that's wrong with internet Western art culture? No, he was just a, Psychro was a victim ultimately, like the rest. The issues go back, far. They go back real far. He did help propagate a lot of stupid ideas, though, for sure, yeah. He was not responsible, though. He was not even close to single-handedly responsible. Hold on, let me blow my nose again. Yeah, so Psycho was just another victim. Ultimately. But yeah, see, like what happens to a lot of Western learners too is that like that's why like as I just said, it's like it's so important that if you're looking at like if you're doing copies of like an anatomy explanatory thing or whatever, like an anatomy tutorial or something, it's so important that you're using an actual like anime style anatomy tutorial thing because the problem that that happened in what was like an idea that went around for so long was like they would say like, oh, you have to copy a bunch of like Hampton anatomy tutorials, do that for like 2 freaking years or something, then you'll have the knowledge that you can apply to like start learning anime or something. But it's like, okay, you just copied Hampton for 2 years. Well, guess what? Now you draw like Hampton. That's, it's like, it'd be like saying like go learn a different language's grammar so that you can then start learning like Japanese grammar. Get how grammar works by learning French. Well, it's like, okay, well, guess what? You just learned French. You spent 2 years learning French. Now you have useless for your goals, you have useless info now running through your head that is completely preventing you from what you actually wanted to do. So, okay, all right, we're good. I guess we'll always keep Mana Seal at the... I don't understand why like enumerations don't let you just read how long. But yeah, so always make sure you're using a good. The one you're talking about, Will, I think that one was. I don't remember it exactly, but I think that one was really good. Okay. All right, we're in. We got the shit. All right, it's all in. It's all in now. We can fucking... Andrew Dobson post I put on the Discord where he blamed anime for him not having a job because his style's anime inspired. And because Treasure Planet flopped. No, I gotta check that out. I'm gonna have to check. That sounds funny as fuck. Yeah, exactly, Fuzzy. Exactly, Fuzzy. Yeah, Flatface. If you go, and Treasure. Yeah. That's funny as fuck. That is funny as fuck. I didn't read that. I'm gonna have to read that though. Flatface, go to if you go on my server and just check my latest messages, you'll see I sent it to someone recently. Okay, so this got all the status names. Okay. So now what we can do is now we can finally have a string. Status name. Okay. These are also ones. These have no reason to. These also have no reason to be here. They should. These should also just be in the. These should just be in the. In the in queue. Okay. We are all good now. We are good. Everything should work. The text box dot status name equals I forgot I need to make a friggin' switch statement. No. Wait. No, I don't. No, I do not.
バカね。そんな理由じゃないわよ。断言してもいいけど、あなたに傷を治すと減るのはセイバーの魔力だけじゃない。
This will be global. There's status effects names. That should do it. It might be one off. I don't know if it needs to subtract. No, that should do it. That should do it. The unnecessary knowledge thing reminds me of that scene in JoJo where Rohan eats a spider because knowing things would make him a better Hokage. That's funny as fuck. That's very JoJo. It's funny, I was just talking about someone about JoJo the other day. I was saying how, like, I should probably, I always find myself, like, wanting to go back and finish it at some point. As a kid, I was a really big JoJo head as a kid because, first and foremost, because of not Araki's stuff, but first and foremost because of the Capcom game. That was, like, my first exposure to it. And that game is sick. Then I got into the manga. Then I saw the OVAs and I was like, holy shit, this is the sickest shit ever. The 90s OVAs. Wait, what the hell's going on? But yeah, at some point I just, like, got out of it because, I stopped liking the Shonen Battle nearly as much as I used to. What's its issue? Something's null. What does it not like? What is its beef? Oh, it's because this never got initialized. Never got initialized, I guess. Hold on. But yeah, as I was telling someone, like, because JoJo used to be, for every creator who was active prior to, like, 2010, JoJo was, like, a huge source of inspiration because the ideas are so off the wall and, like, he was a genuinely good designer and stuff, especially for the time. And so many creators use JoJo as like a really big source of inspiration. And for me, it was a similar relationship to that. But I'm sort of like between the two generations. I guess just like common millennial shit. But I'm sort of like between the two generations, where JoJo was a like really big source of design inspiration and stuff, and just like general concept inspiration. But at the same time, I also lived through the era where you know, everything started becoming like way more developed and shit. So at the same time, I like half stopped caring about JoJo. But like, as I tell people all the time, like there's almost like this draw. There's this draw to it where I always want to go back to it and see all the parts I didn't read. I would opt for the anime, because the anime is just, honestly, it's a lot more digestible than the manga. At least for some of it. So at some point, this is just a long-winded way of saying at some point I'll go back and I'll check out all the later stuff. It's just not quite yet. Especially too, I've known about the end of part 6. The whack-ass off-the-wall end of part 6. I've known about that since I got into the series. In, like, prehistoric times. So I have known about that forever, and I always wanted to see it. I actually did click on it in the anime and watch a little bit of it. And it was, like, definitely, like, as weird as I was expecting. So I'm excited to eventually see that at some point. Because I feel like many things in JoJo hold up as a source of design inspiration even today. It's just that like they don't have the exclusivity that they used to have, where it was like back in the day it was like if you're gonna see something in JoJo, you're only gonna see see that thing in JoJo basically. And if you want a thing with as many like ideas flying around and like weird unusual things. Okay, it's still giving me shit. Weird, unusual things. You're still, you were absolutely not going to find it as much. What's its issue? Oh, cause Mana Seal +1. Oh, see you, Bado. Yeah, I agree, Will. I think part 1 and 2 are way more watchable than the manga. Yeah. Because like I had a period where I was like getting back into it, and I attempted to read part 2 because I've never actually read it in full before, and I was like, this is like so fucking unreadable. Not that the art's like bad or anything. It was fine for its time and stuff. It was basically just what's his name? The Hokuto no Ken artist. I want to say like Brutes or some shit. Yeah. Brutes. It's like one word. Yeah, I can't remember. Anyway, he was basically just we have Hokuto no Ken artist at home. What? Necromancer Jotai? No. That's not it at all. And it shouldn't be 0. This ain't it.
You got me thinking like Brewski or something.
Brewski. Broski. Bronson. Yeah.
Bronson. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, she's doing the wrong spell. This isn't the. This is all fucked up. Oh, now my mouse isn't working. Brewski. Broski. Yeah, Bronson. His art was like, we have Bronson at home. And also just his sense of everything was just like really unrefined back then. Again, not bad at all, but yeah. But I've seen scenes from the anime. It's just so much more watchable. It's so much more. It's so much more digestible. Like it gives some of the fights like a lot more tension and mood and stuff instead of just feeling like truly off the wall. I can't believe I used to listen to the PCP podcast and wish I had a friend group like that. I thought for sure they were going big. Yeah, no, I know. Like, I feel like that's the thing about the old internet is that like I didn't have that experience with them, Cam, because I never really like. No, I don't want to sound. I don't want to sound toxic, but like I don't think I ever believed in them, but like there were people I did believe in who didn't become quite what I was hoping. And it's just like back then like things were so much more like okay, things were so much more status name equals why is it not oh, I put username. Alright, so that fixes that issue, and then I think that actually fixes both issues. That might actually fix both issues. Things were so much. It was literally, like people joke, like a simpler time. It was literally a simpler time, and it took less to make a name for yourself. It took less to do anything. And what? She's not using the right spell. Oh, that's right. I forgot to fix that. It took less to make a name for yourself. It took less, to do anything. So, like, a lot of people might have had what it took at the time to do, like, a few things. But then as... What is... as things progressed, like, shit got bad. Digibro would complain about like sort of the rising standards of the internet sometimes. He would usually speak about it kind of vaguely, but he would talk about like, especially for example, like people more and more as time went on, like were kind of on his ass to like learn Japanese. Suddenly it's an expected thing. Like, hey, you should know Japanese, dude. What's up with that? Whereas like when he started, it'd be like, of course I don't know Japanese. It's a big deal that I'm even discovering, lesser known subbed anime in the first place. Like that's already a big deal. Why would I go learn Japanese on top of that? So yeah, shit changes with time. Like that. Which one did I change? I changed the wrong... Oh, I changed the wrong frickin'... I changed the wrong barrier. So yeah, things do change with time. Digi's business model for the PCP was absurd. Yeah, the frontier effect. Yes, it is absolutely that. And Digi would do madness. He would do insane shit. Like, he would do shit at the time, like, that he would recover from that would, like, never fly now. Like, he literally would do shit that would, like, destroy his channel, then, like, build it back up, like, multiple times, practically. Whereas, like, now it would just be like, oh, you just... Well, that's literally what happened. That's the final thing that happened to his channel. I mean, it was just... Oh, shit, you're cooked now. You can't, He did things there's no recovering from. What? Infinity? Infinity points? What the fuck is that? Is that... Does C# even have, like, an infinity variable or some shit? What the fuck is that? What the fuck? Does C# have an infinity, and why did it happen? Did something divide by 0 or something? Alright, I'm gonna have to look into... Oh, all modern languages have infinity. Well, why the fuck did infinity pop up? It's kind of chuny, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of badass. Because I remember infinity from JavaScript, but I think that was the only... I think that was the only thing I used that I remember having an infinity. Okay. Let's see. Let's see what we fucked up. What was mess with the code? Made it more chuny.
I injected my chuny.
Oh, I think I know why. I think it is dividing by 0. Because I think she has no resilience to find. That's definitely the issue, yeah. First off, there's a error where the magic is not supposed to be coming from the barrier. So that's actually an issue. Something is using this that's not supposed to. So let's change this to resilience. Let's just make it like, I don't know. Let's go with 250 for now. I'll just go with 200 for now. Alright, so it's got that. Yeah, something is using the barrier's magic power that's not supposed to. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a problem. It's not supposed to do that. It's supposed to come from... No, combatant. Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, it's supposed to be the owner. Okay, so that's fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not supposed to be the target. It's supposed to be the target owner. Yeah, that's an issue. Yeah. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. All right. Okay, okay, we're good, we're good. All right, so cranking this to something ridiculous should not result in one hit KOs because it should just not care about the stat at all. It shouldn't care. It should never care what the magic stat is of a barrier. That should just not. It only cares what the stats of an actual user are. So the players' stats are good. We're good. We got resilience. All right, let's give it a shot. Yo, Elna. We're kind of getting to some fun stuff. Doing a little bit of overhead, but we're kind of getting to the fun stuff. What does it say? It's the wrong name being displayed. We'll see. Okay, all right, that worked. That worked. Question is why the wrong name is being displayed, though. Oh, I know why the wrong name is. Okay, and it works. It works. The magic attack did not do a ridiculous amount of damage. All right, we're good. We are good. It's happening. I just got to fix the... Yeah, well, when I first got started and stuff, I was kind of a part of that. Not exactly. Like, I didn't like it, but it was kind of like, well, I don't know Japanese, so I have nothing else to deal with. And, without getting too specific, I did have a bit of history with the Western writing community. This is a pretty long time ago. And this was kind of like the start of like sort of the ebook boom. And it was right around, it was the first couple of years I was taking writing really seriously and stuff. And I had some experience with like even the indie publishing scene a little bit and stuff. And yeah, I guess to put things simply, very just they're very biased to their way of doing things, and their way of doing things is very different, like very very different from like Japan, and in particular like any like otaku related stuff. And my negative experience with that whole thing was the main thing that propelled me to like really fucking keyboard moment. I hate this fucking keyboard. Holy shit. I'm so pumped for Will's fucking next epic present. Oh. It should say Waf Fuyosaleta. Because it makes it sound like you did it. If it just says Waf Fuyoshita. I believe. Um... Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna run everything by a native afterward, but yeah, my negative experience with that scene made me go really hard into like finally finding like cats, for example, to learn Japanese, getting much more intent on like getting my interest in the game, because I was already interested in game dev prior to that, and I was thinking of getting into the whole indie game scene at the time and stuff, but obviously it's easier said than done. But my interest in all that stuff like kind of like shot up like crazy after, because just because I had such a negative experience with I realized I didn't fit in at all with the whole Western writing scene. Keytron K3 version 2. That sounds good. I don't know much about keyboards, but that sounds good. I'm gonna take a look. Definitely looks good to me. Oh shit, my mom's calling. I just read the Dobson post, by the way. That's funny as fuck. It's crazy because, like, he's being kind of schizo, but he's also, like, he's, like, half right about how, you know, anime definitely has had that effect of definitely reducing their presence for sure. It's crazy that there's like hundreds of Japanese people online who will correct your Japanese and also chat BBT and no. I know, it's bizarre. And I tell people all the time, like, dude, like, if you can read comfortably, start outputting. Like, for God's sake, like, you're gonna stagnate if you don't progress into learning how to, you know, whatever. Exactly, Cam. Yeah. Watashi no Nihongo no kaku no ga. So true. Look into a keyboard with a split space bar. Oh yeah, UV shift, yeah. Yeah, at some point for sure. Definitely at some point. Oh yeah. Okay, so now we just gotta okay, so now we gotta check things for like status effects. Alright, so now comes the fun part of I just fucking spit on my screen. Now comes the fun part of actually. Alright, so now we can apply status effects. All that shit works. I'll have to, after the stream, I'll have to think about exactly the UI feedback for the status effects. I'll have to think about the UI stuff. Also, well, we'll see. We will see. I have some ideas. Definitely have some ideas. All right, so we got to make it so that at different severities, at different thresholds, the awe state will produce different types of, like, basically like paraflinch equivalent. So at a low state, because upkeep is not a command. Okay. So we gotta check things like, it has to check things like, it has to check shit like, the frickin', I'm just trying to think here design-wise. Because, like, at low levels, I want it to fuck with your speed. I want it to be, like, basically a... Like, we'll call it, like, speed debuff multiplier, basically. So there will be, like, a... like, every combatant will have, basically, like, a... Actually, don't put it there. Let's put it, like here. We'll call it, like, speed debuff state. Oh. We'll call it speed debuff. Because there's multiple speed stats. Actually, I have the game set up so that like this is an area that's different from Pokemon, and it's to create better balancing, because I don't like in Pokemon how once a Pokemon gets too speedy, that's too strong, the game is just cooked. Like that thing's going through and just gonna bulldoze everything. I like the idea that certain moves are just inherently slower moves. So like if Tauros is body slamming everything, it can get away with body slamming everything, but like the idea would be like, oh, Tauros has to like go a little slower if it's gonna like launch a hyper beam or something, you know, so stuff like that. So like a faster Pokemon might move slow. The equivalent here is like a faster Pokemon might move slower than a. It's like if everything has if it's like a much more complicated priority system. I guess you can almost think of it like that. Basically, every move slows down how much you would move by a different amount.
Gotcha.
I guess to put it simply, for lack of gotcha, for lack of a better explanation. Yeah, well, it's like weird because like I like when they're permanent in some aspects, and I like when they're not permanent in others, and that's why I'm having like a much more like I'm having a system where like some aspects, some things are permanent, some things are not permanent. Like it depends. I'm creating a more flexible system because I agree. I think like everything having to always be permanent is bad. Best artists and writers in manga, in my opinion. Let me get some water and I'll answer that. There's a lot of just like really good artists at this point, like insanely good ones that like I wouldn't be equipped. I would not be equipped at all to say who I think is like the best mangakas, art wise, the best art mangas guys. Obviously, there's a bunch of famous names that get dropped all the time. You know, like you're always gonna hear about Obata and stuff. There's just like a lot of really, really good ones. So I'm not really. That's a little bit out of my. That's a little bit out of my depth to be like, oh, here's who I think the best manga artists are. As far as the best writers in manga, if we're talking real true blue people who do manga, not like a writer from a normal medium just stepping in and doing it. The two like manga people that I've seen that were as impressive to me as like high level shit outside manga was the two are Tagashi with Hunter x Hunter and Gochiusa. Koi. Koi is supposedly like a duo. I don't understand the logistics of how Koi does the manga. Like they've said like they both handle art and they both kind of handle writing, but I kind of get the feeling it's like not quite that simple, but so yeah, for oh wait. There should just be a general. Well, I think there needs to be like a. I could create like a general debuff / buff array, and it's just like a multiplier that's put on everything. Which is probably the smartest way to do it. But like, I almost want to have a special thing for the speed buff that comes from Awe, just so that you can like track that one specifically, so it doesn't get mixed in the other ones. So we'll just call it the Awe speed debuff. Later, we can just create an array that handles like the normal, just general debuffs. But I want a special variable for the Awe one, just because there are times where it's going to have to handled separately. So we got to calculate the Awe speed debuff, and then we got to make sure that your no, we're fine. And just the speed debuff should just always be taken into account when using. It should just be part of the damage formula, basically. Ditto was way better after Gen 1 because it got the ability to transform on entry. Yeah, I think didn't 5 give it that? Ditto is really cool. It's a shame that Ditto is like utterly unusable until he got that ability. Western writing community is cooked. You'd understand why if you read a lot. Yeah, a lot of fanfic. That makes sense to me. For sure. It's probably a little bit more developed than when I was around, but I imagine they're still a bit cooked. Yeah, I really like. It sucks that Ditto is not really viable in Gen. You can do some scary stuff with Ditto in Gen 1, but it's not easy to. I feel like he's a little bit of wasted. He was a little bit of wasted potential in Gen 1. At some point, I wanted to make like a Gen 1 rebalance patch, modify thing. I have all these cool ideas for what to do. Okay, so basically, we just got to calculate the if status effect. Yeah. If status effect at is greater than 0. All speed buff equals 1. Changed to percentage. Okay, so the off speed, there should be effectively no debuff. Okay. I know Ditto for the cool trainer effect glitch. Only know Ditto. The cool. I don't think I know that one. Is there an Orcastle girl based on glitch mods like Missing? No, there absolutely should be though. Ham said the same thing. Ham Slice said we got to make like a Missing No equivalent. We absolutely got to do that. I don't know. I better study for my linear optimization. Yes, definitely. Increasingly decent. Yeah, unfortunately that's what happens. I'll know. I'm sorry. Yes. Well, Will is. it's over for it's only over for might be over for Elno, but for Will it's just getting started. Yeah, I like abilities a lot, Will, and that's why like I am using stuff that's similar to abilities in this game. They work a little bit differently, but they're well. I'm using an ability system that's basically just like more flexible than the Pokemon one. I don't like the inflexibility of abilities in Pokemon, like how they're always just this passive thing. So I'm doing them, but they're just a little more flexible, basically. Because I'm willing to do a bunch of stuff that Pokemon isn't, like sub-menus, which actually is extremely interesting, because Gen 1 actually has one sub-menu attack, and it's one player only, and it's Mimic. And it's so fucking interesting. Give Ray a huge power like a true Otaku. Yeah. What's huge power called in Japanese? Chikara Mochi. Holy fuck, huge power doubles the attack. That's insane. I didn't realize it did that much. That's crazy. Nearly back in top condition. Soon we'll be cooking again. Yeah, let's go. Let's fucking go. Okay. So we gotta check. Like, I think I'm trying to think the thresholds. The thresholds to do stuff. I don't have a great sense of the stats yet. Like, let me take a look real quick at. Let me take a look, because like, let's think about how many hits. Okay, so if you have like high resilience, let's say you have high resilience to awe, which is basically paralysis, it should take a solid 2 hits before there's even a shot at getting paraflinched. I gotta pull up some Pokemon numbers real quick to I just gotta pull up some I gotta pull up some Pokemon numbers. Okay. There should be yeah, so if it's a move that just does like passive, that just like passively has a secondary effect, it's one thing if it's something that like directly inflicts this, but if it's something that passively inflicts this, because as far as like Rhea goes, I'm pretty sure I want her to be reasonably resistant to status. I'm trying to keep it so that the 3 characters typically are different from each other in some way. So I was thinking like Yuri will be more susceptible to status, Rhea will be sort of medium, and then Kanyo will be very resistant to them. And so I'm trying to think like what like a more like medium, like a medium would be like base 90 basically, or 95. Well, that's kind of high, but I guess for no, I mean that's fine, yeah. So which amounts to like let's just say 280 or something. 280 sounds good. So if we give her like 280 resilience, now's the point. Oh man, we hit the point where I need to start thinking about numbers like really fucking tangibly now. So I was both excited and dreading the point where this comes, but that is where we're at now. So okay, so we got to be really, really deliberate about these numbers. All right, so basically, well, resilience is going to change depending on the barrier, but like her default barrier should be, let's say it's going to be on the less resilient end. So we'll say like, but not like too bad. So we'll say like 240. For now, we'll go with. I can always tweak these as we go. And when people play the bat sim too, they can give feedback like, "Hey, I think that it's stupid that it works this way," and I can change it. Whereas this one. The night one, this is the defensive one, so it should actually get kind of high on this one. It should get to like, I don't know, 320. What's no, that's like too high. That's like really, because like if you take like Rhydon, well. One of the reasons Rhydon is so defensive is because, not even because of his actual stats, but because of his his type, but obviously his stats plays a role. You take like Golem, he has, well, Rhydon has more HP than Golem, so it ends up being similarly bulky. 320 just sounds kind of high to me. Even though it is like a defensive, we'll just try 310 for now. And then this one, the hero one should be. Well, see, that's the thing. Just because it's a defensive state doesn't necessarily mean that it should be defensive in every way possible. So, like the hero one, I don't know. Because this one's like the all-out one. This one's supposed to be the one that you kind of whip out at the end. You sort of go for at end game, typically, unless you're going for like high early aggression. In which case you might whip it out early. But if you whip it out early, it should be vulnerable. Yeah, I mean it should have a decent bit of vulnerability. So I'm thinking we'll switch it. I think we'll switch this one. Will be the 280 one. And then this one will be the. Yeah. I'm thinking that's what we'll do. Do I like the passive elements in Pokemon? No, I honestly never liked items. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like them because I feel like they homogenize the game. Because items are effectively a trait that is Pokemon agnostic, and I just don't like that. I feel like the whole point of the mons is that they should all be different. I don't like the idea that like you can just slap a thing and it's just universal. It doesn't care what mon it goes on. I really don't like, something about that just sits really wrong with me. Yeah, DeVirus. DeVirus knows what I mean, yeah. My immune system is like your typical jump protag. It gets stronger after based. Yeah, that sucks. You have to roll around some mud. Yeah, exactly, Will. I'm trying to keep things as like, I'm trying to prevent as much homogeny as possible. Homogeny, I don't know. I don't know the word. I don't know my words. But. Okay, so that's good. All right, let's check. All right, now let's check. I'm actually gonna get off in a minute because I kind of have some. I kind of have to like take a crap and shit. So. And I want to think about the UI stuff. The UI stuff, it keeps bugging me, but let's figure out though at least what these numbers should be. Okay, so in her default. Okay, so it took 34 damage. Okay, so that applied 31 points. which makes sense. All right. This is kind of a... Oh, wait. I don't know why I forgot. I didn't actually give... I didn't give Necromancer proper stats. She has really weak stats right now. She's supposed to be as strong as she's supposed to be. She's based on Gengar. She's inspired by Gengar as a character because I'm using Gengar. I'll talk about this all in my next log, but basically she's supposed to be like Gengar. Okay, so Gengar is 130 base special, so that's really strong. So 358. That's what that amounts to. So let's just say 350. So that sounds like almost a little too high. Say 350. Okay, so that's 350. Now let's see what happens. It should do a lot more now. Whoa, shit! That did a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay. So it 104 points, and that's from a passive. That's from a secondary effect. Wait. I think that's a glitch. I think that's showing the wrong. Let's switch barriers real quick. Because this should make it do considerably less. It did more. Something's wrong here. Something is wrong. Why did it do more when resilience went up? I mean, I get that there's a jitter. There's a bit of RNG in how much something does, but it shouldn't have gone up. Like, I get one can be a good roll and one can be like a bad roll, but like, why did it go up? Okay, well, first off, this doesn't need to be here. I don't even know why that's there. Yeah, Gengar is, she keeps getting abused by her, yeah. Not for long, though. I'm actually going to tune her to be, I'm trying to tune this interaction to like a 60-40 type thing. What was it? The infamous like Leffen 60-40 Fox and Marth on Final D or whatever. It's supposed to be like Fox and Marth on Final D. Yeah, she will get the advantage. Once everything's designed properly, she will have the advantage. Maybe? Or maybe I'll keep it at a 50-50, I'm not sure. Honestly, not sure yet. Right. So we just want to see. So it's the power times the divide the defense, multiply the jitter. Well, let's just get a couple more rolls. Just so I can get a sense of what numbers it's using. Oh wait, well first. Let's print. Let's print the let's keep a track of what the defense is at any given time, just to make sure it's not grabbing anything it shouldn't. Let's take a look. Okay, 280, that's good. That's what it should be. Because that does a lot. 113. Oh, it switched to 240 for some reason. I guess I goofed with where I put these. Oh, fucking classic. Classic mistake. Yeah. That was stupid. All right, now let's go again. Also the HP is too low. Actually, I'm gonna leave the HP for a second. Okay, so yeah, it seems to keep hovering around that 110 type thing. Let's see what this does now. Let's see how much this lowers it. Okay, this lowers it to 100 now. Let's see what happens with this one. It's 240 now. The numbers are all closer than I was expecting. The numbers are all a bit closer than I was expecting them to be. So it's a 20, it's like a 20, we got like a 26% difference between the strongest and the when your defense is higher and when your defense is weaker. Which, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I mean, that's what the numbers should amount to. It's just for some reason I wasn't proactively visualizing it. So what that means is like 3 of these and you're almost at 400. Whereas 3 of the weaker one and you're still closer to 300. I think the stronger one should be a little bit bulkier. I think it's an easier number to work with. Okay, so now like definitively you'll always be under 3 hits will not take you over. Pretty much guaranteed will not take you over 300 in the night barrier. Pretty much for certain. Also, before I do this, I gotta make sure it's using the right attack style also too. Salt flat drawings. Let me take a look. That does not ring a bell. Salt flats. Oh, salt flats. Yeah, that type of thing. Yeah, I think it's cool. It's food. It's futsukushi. It's like a futsukushi type thing. Here's a Range Murata. From quite some time ago. Yeah, I like all sorts of like I like all the Futsukushi type shit. That was like a really popular tag on Pixiv at the time. It basically kind of amounted to like you're doing Shinkai tropes, but then Shinkai tropes got like so dispersed and common that like you don't even think about it anymore. Yeah, from a compositional, you definitely would have to know your shit because you wouldn't want to like. I mean, anything that makes extensive use of like a more kind of like tangible background is definitely gonna like ask a little more out of you compositionally than just like framing a character well, obviously. Well, maybe that's not obvious, but yeah, for sure. You do get to have like nice. You have a lot of things to work with though. Like you have clouds, and you can really like arrange the clouds as you need, and you also have a reflection. So you can kind of just whenever you have like composition gets easier the more you have I guess what I call like malleable elements in the composition, which is like anything that doesn't demand like a strict structure. So like hair, looser clothing, like a scarf or something that's blowing or something. Yeah, like clouds, water. Those things basically give you breathing room compositionally, and that's why Saito just throws like liquids everywhere. Like when he doesn't have one of those, he'll just put it in. He'll just. Yeah, I know what you mean, Devirus. Yeah, I don't like Shinkai just because I don't like his movies. He was a good background artist, obviously, and his techniques were really cool and stuff. But I do not care for his movies at all. So, and I just don't think there's enough mood to like when he does his movies. There's just not enough of a mood to it. I do like the techniques, but yeah, I feel like AI definitely like the whole like Futsukushi shit in general took a hit with AI, no question. Just because it's like this lowest common denominator associated with AI. So let's see. She's supposed to have 350. She's supposed to have 350 magic. So let's make sure. Let's make sure that's working. Let's take a. It's kind of infuriating. Yeah, I agree with you, Will. I like it too. It's really annoying. It is really annoying what AI has done. It has added this extra. It has added an extra layer of like demand out of like the voice component of art. Like you have to really drive the voice, like a strong voice every time you make anything now. All right, we're good. All right, so this does like 112. All right, so the significant benchmark differences between being like really resiliently bulky and just like mediumly resiliently bulky is okay, now it seems to always be under 100. Oh, I think this is going to kill her because I think I have the attack really high. Okay, yeah, it's always going to be under 100. Yeah, that's just going to kill her. Just going to kill him. So Now, if we go to the hero barrier, it should typically be... Yeah, it's always going to be like, yeah, a pretty solidly high number. Yeah, it's always going to be like at least over 120, it looks like. Let's just do one more. Yeah, okay. It'll always be about 120. All right, let's just kill her for fun. I gotta fix the shake is happening at a bad time with that one. I gotta fix it. Okay. Okay. Oh, this is supposed to be like all the barriers added together. I'll have to change that later. Okay, so let's figure out the thresholds. Now, let's figure out the thresholds at which shit should happen. No, I'm actually just gonna leave these for... I'm gonna leave these for now just because I wanna... In fact, I'm gonna... And... All right, let's get the thresholds defined. See, this is the cool thing about not having levels in the game, not having level ups. I can be really specific with like what thresholds I want to design and stuff, instead of being like, well, I have no idea what level you're gonna be, so I don't know like what the fuck's gonna happen. Okay. So, a passive move doing only 30 power. Oh shit, I forgot. There's one more thing I want to check. My bad. Oh shit, I just realized I done fucking goofed. I was using the fucking spell's normal power. It's supposed to be the status power. Okay, well that changes everything. I mean, that doesn't change everything, but I'm actually glad I got a sense of what the... I'm actually glad I got a sense of what it looks like at that higher power. Because that's what a more like dedicated status move like might have the power of. So the number we were looking at before was... I mean, given... Okay. Um. Yeah, so now it should be working probably because before I'm pretty sure it would have been doing 90 because I'm pretty sure Gigarai has 90 power. Yes, 90 power. But now it should be 30. Oh, I didn't know that they were doing that well. Yeah, it's annoying because it just it further I guess in some cases maybe it's a necessary evil, but it speeds up the degradation of the degradation of the internet. It's a drag. Yeah, it's power 30. Alright. I thought the number seemed fucking high. Oh, what was that? What was that number? I missed the freaking number. It's gonna kill me now also. I don't have a death state in, so it can just kill me. It doesn't matter. Okay, so it does 35 points. I think before it did 30. Let's check one more. $35 again. Let's run one more. $37. Okay. So we can get as high as like 37. All right, now let's check. Okay, so in that state, it's 31. And that might even be a higher end. $30. Oh shit, this might kill her. Whatever. $32. Okay. All right, so it cuts it down by not like a huge amount, but it does cut it down by a bit. All right, well she's dead. Let's do it again. All right, so now the values are a little bit closer. When it's like a weaker spell, obviously like it's gonna cut down less. So I guess it's like weaker. I guess that's just something to note because of the math. Like weaker spells just inherently stay in closer. Like they pass thresholds more consistently, regardless of the defense. At least as long as the defense isn't like too low. But let's see what happens when the defense gets notably lower. Okay, now it's notably higher. Yeah, so that would change some thresholds. Now that's working with the actual in the 40s. Yeah. Looks like it's always going to be at least over 40. Yeah. Minimum 40, I'm thinking. Wait, what? Why does it say resilience is 0? Oh, that's when I attack her, I see. $44. Okay. Okay, so I got a good idea now of the thresholds. Alright, so basically The thresholds we're looking at are basically if you have decent resilience, you can, or like pretty, let's just say like pretty good. You can expect about 30 points from. Yeah. Well, I have made him program. A few times when I was like worried about how long it's been since he did any math, and exercise that part of his brain, and it was like making an obese man run. It was not pretty, but he does it. He's never liked puzzle games or any of that type of shit. He's all in on art. I think, like me, I think he was able to get decent grades in school like me. Well, decent as in, like, I guess good, but I don't know. It's just not his thing anymore. It was a long time ago.
I did not have a problem getting good grades when...
He said he did not have a problem getting good grades when it mattered. But yeah, it's absolutely not his thing. Like, yeah.
There's that description of the one character in Slow Damage.
Yeah, he's like, look up the... Go on VNDB, check out the MC's description on Slow Damage. That's literally him. Is it gonna actually like cast it every single time or something? Let's just do this. Let's just do it. Let's just make a value for it. Val equals that. Okay, so if it's 30 will be our like first threshold for sure. And we'll say if it's over 30, then we'll start in on the speed debuffing. Gen 1's speed debuff is something ridiculous. It's like, I actually don't know what it is because it's so intense. It basically guarantees that the thing moves second in almost all situations. There's almost no situation in Gen 1 where a unparalleled, unless you're accounting for like the weird like glitches and stuff. Like stat reapplication glitches and stuff, but it drops it so low that basically everything is going to outrun. 75 rounded down. Yep. Okay. So, yeah, Trick Room I always thought was really cool. That's why I was surprised to find out it's actually like useful in doubles. I think it has no use in singles just because it's too slow. You have to kill a whole turn and then you only get it for like 5 turns. But for doubles, it's been like Wolfie talks about it all the time. With doubles, it's like super relevant. Like you always have to think about it. Trick Room, and then there was Tailwind. Tailwind was sort of like evil Trick Room. I think Tailwind and Trick Room are both pretty cool. I don't love doubles, but there are some things about doubles I like a lot, and Trick Room is one of them. I'm implementing team battles quite differently than Pokemon. I'm making it so that they end up being more similar. They end up being less different than from single battles than Pokemon's are. Because in Pokemon, the double battles change everything. Whereas I have a system that's keeping it so that even when you have teams, like even a 3 versus 3 is not nearly as different from how a 1 versus 1 would go. Just a few mechanics that change it. I think it makes it better too because in my system you don't have to input all the characters' moves at once. So it keeps that snappy, like you just pick one move and go thing, which I like a lot better. I don't like in Pokemon how you have to pick like both Pokemon's moves and stuff. It's really annoying. Like at once. I found that annoying. It's anxiety inducing. Oh, wait. Yo, Range-sama. Welcome. I'm actually going to be getting off pretty soon, but good to see you. Yeah, combination move would be sick. Now you meant like some Chrono Trigger shit. Yeah, that's a good point. That's something I'll keep on the back of my mind. If all is greater, okay, so we're gonna. I think. If it's one attack from a passive damage thing, you shouldn't get too much of a speed advantage from that at all. Like, you should only get, like, a tiny bit. So I would say at this threshold, I would say the speed debuff should... The awe speed debuff should... it should be only 90%, I would say. Okay, so the next is if you're going to get hit twice now. And in that case, if it's greater than 60, actually let's use equals. If it's greater than 60, yo, Fumo, yeah, just woke up. Yep. Oats. Have a good day at work today. We're actually about to get off in a minute. I'm gonna be doing. I want to do some UI stuff off stream because it wouldn't be pretty to see me working on that on stream. At 2 hits, you should get. You're being tenacious, so you should get a little bit more of a reward for that. 70% seems good. Sort of like a buy 2 get 1 free type deal. I probably could have switched. This is probably I should have a switch statement, but I don't think it matters. I think the piler treats the Elfsifs as if it's a switch. Okay, so if your next threshold here would be 90, I would say at that point it makes sense to have not quite the ridiculous damage, not quite the ridiculous shit that Pokemon does to it, but I would say a solid 4 is good. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another stat, which is like off flinch chance. Oh shit, what's going on? What's going on? Don't do that. Don't do that. The flinch chance should start in on the third threshold. So we'll say it should start really tiny. Because you shouldn't be just getting rewarded for flinches easily just because you hit someone 3 times. But it should still be just because you hit someone 3 times with a passive, with a secondary effect. If you're using a move that has that's like the equivalent of Thunder Wave, it would probably pass. It would pass over the 90 immediately, so it should have some paraflinch chance immediately. It just shouldn't be that high. So let's keep it real tiny. Let's keep it at I'm thinking 6% feels good. Just going by my long, because I know I have all these percentages memorized from playing Gen 1. 6% is about a Snorlax crit. Swagger unaware. Oh, unaware is when you don't get affected by the other guy's stat. Yeah, that sounds like mad fun. That sounds troll as shit. Puku Muku. Yeah, this thing's cute as fuck. This is one of the few later designs I think is fantastic. Nama Kobushi. Where does his name come from? Namako plus Tokobushi, but also Kobushi. What is a Tokobushi? Oh, it's a type of some weird shellfish thing. And a Namako is, of course, a sea cucumber. Its entrails make a fist shape. That's right. Yeah, it's creepy as shit. Yeah, very underrated. Yeah, I like it a lot. Mimikyu is another one I like a shit ton. Yes. Kobushi is fist. Yes, exactly. Oh, I see. Yeah, so well, that's kind of funny that its name gets lost a little bit in translation because Tokobushi, the Tokobushi aspect is kind of lost, I guess. Do you think why the old JP games have a lot of zeros in their numbers, like dealing gonna be a weeb and read that as Junanaman. Damage is funny that we are back to 2. Yeah. I think back in the day it was just considered like, yeah, exactly. Well, it was considered like epic. Like, it was fun to make people see bigger numbers, I guess. Yeah, so this will give it a flinch chance that is equivalent to critting with Snorlax, to critting with Lax in Gen 1, which is very rare. It's like a miracle type thing. It's a miracle sitch. It doesn't usually happen. Well, this is actually the crit rate that becomes the standard crit rate later, I think, actually. So, okay, next threshold. Next threshold is going to be a lot higher. We're not going to reward. We're not going to reward passive. We're not going to reward a secondary effect much anymore. So the next one is going to be... The next one is going to be when you go up to 180. You get over 180. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it was kind of like a cool code. It was like a cool coder flex if you could. It was a cool coder flex if you could like output scores that were like really high despite not having access to an actual specific like a single oh my god, what's the fucking word? Like a single variable or whatever. A single byte. If you could calculate a really high score using multiple bytes, it was kind of like a cool thing. Yeah, some of them did just add superficial zeros to the end. That was definitely a common thing. To just make it up, to just pretend that there's just more shit happening than there actually is. That was common. Oh my god, you're fucking right. I don't know what I was thinking, my bad. I forgot that it has to be arranged. Thank you for someone's paying attention. Thank you, KDR. Oh, yeah, good point, good point, good point. I was about to do something equally retarded. Yeah, when I'm thinking of design, my cope is that when I'm thinking of design and coding at the same time, I can do stupid shit. Imagine how funny that would have been if I was trying to bang my head against this while it's not working for like 5 minutes. I appreciate it. I swear I'm usually a little better than that. Alright, we're gonna go with oh yeah, next threshold would be to 70. At this point the flinch chance should get as high as like 15. The flinch chance should Because this is the equivalent of if you used like 2 thunder waves. You should definitely be getting a reasonable. Actually, it should actually be straight up like 20 at this point. Oh, come on, come on. Fucking wireless keyboard. Let's wait for the keyboard to reconnect. Keyboard is still cooked. Oh, come on, come on, come on. I'm just gonna oh, there we go, there we go. Nope. It was being such a good boy. Alright. Yeah, I'm thinking 20%. The speed debuff is gonna get as bad as now. It should be as bad as a Gen 1 speed debuff. It should be at full blown 75. Actually, this is a little bit too high. This is a little bit too high. Because it should still be like an unlucky thing. It should still feel unlucky to get flinched by a second one of these. Like first turn. But now we have full blown, like now you're actually finally starting to get kind of cooked. Now you're starting to get pretty cooked by this status effect. So oh, that's the amount the status effect has been damaged. So it's the equivalent of paralysis. It's like how much, because we're using like non-binary status effects, non-binary monarch shit. So it's just like, let's do a 30. 30. This is the equivalent of, this is your chance of inflicting a para or getting like a psychic drop. We'll say 30. Yeah, so it's basically how many points of paralysis are equivalent of, oh, stop, don't do it. How many points of paralysis you have. The reason it's not paralysis is because, well, first of all, that's just Pokemon's thing. And then second of all, I needed something that conveys that you are, like more of a psychological blockage than a physical one. Because it's magic and shit, you never, you know. Alright, so now when you pass this threshold, this is where you're thoroughly cooked now. Well, not quite. You're not quite thoroughly cooked yet. Okay, one final threshold. One final threshold where you're thoroughly cooked. Oh, wait. Shit. Alright, this, if you let the opponent... Oh, yeah. I was thinking that, Will. Maybe I could pop this into, GPT, or, not GPT, or, DeepSeek and say, hey, give me Give me a conversion that makes it pop up to some, you know, give me a formula that gives me something similar. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was thinking that. It's just like the problem is I want extremely tight control over these thresholds. And I kind of want the player to know what these thresholds are too, which is like the main reason I don't want to like do math, because it makes it so much harder to get a sense of its change. That's the main reason why I'm doing like actual like notches. Code them spells. Yo, chicken. Yup, we were doing it. Alright, so let's just say at 490. At 490, the dude's cooked. Their speed is all gone. And you're flinching like a fucking... You can barely move now. If you manage to do this... If you manage to do this the opponent, then it's basically a win con. The thing is you will be able to you will be able to remove statuses. It's not like Pokemon where like once you get a status, there's like rest is like the only thing that gets rid of it in Gen 1. There will be some there will be a little bit more chances to get rid of your statuses in this game. Also, they will wear off as well. They will like naturally heal as well, unlike Pokemon's. So it's not like, oh my god, this dude got me in this state. Now I'm like absolutely surefire cooked for the rest of the battle. You can get the number down. But you've probably given them so much of a thing that they're probably just fried. So that is that. But yeah, like the whole RNG only is fun when it's like you can really like feel the notches. So that's why we're gonna go with notches. That's why we need the notches after all. I was thinking that though, like, oh, maybe I should just, but nah, we need notches. Okay. All right, so that is that. So now we just got to make it so that you can. We just got to make it so that the speed debuff applies and that you can flinch, and all that shit. Which I will do. Either off stream today or first thing tomorrow. But what I want to do now is figure out the UI sitch. So I will get off now, and we're going to figure out the UI situation. Where to show status effects and all that shit. And, yeah, should be good. Based PFP, KDR. Take it easy, Will. Thanks again. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. Thank you, Katie, for catching my mistake. Fumo, have a good day at work, if you still can hear me. Take it easy, Chicken, DeVirus. Yes, thank you. Thank you for popping by. And we will should see you tomorrow.